All right, good morning, everyone. You could all please take your seats. We'll get started here. Whoa. Is that how dark we want it? Okay. All right, good morning. Welcome back to the Indian River Lagoon Symposium. Today is the Indian River Lagoon. Is the mic on? Can you hear me? No? Is it good, Andy? Yeah. Okay. Today is the Indian River Lagoon Symposium Forum, which was put together primarily by Lorraine here. So thank you, Lorraine. Can we give her a round of applause for that in advance? So the forum is going to focus on collaboration and communication. And I just want to take a moment again to thank our sponsors for this year's symposium, the Harbor Branch Oceanographic Institute Foundation, the IRL National Estuary Program, the Fish and Wildlife Foundation of Florida, and the Treasure Coast chapter of the Florida Association of Environmental Professionals. We couldn't do all of this without these important sponsors. All right, and I'm going to hand it over to Lorraine to go through this awesome program that she put together for our day today.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for coming back on day 2. I know that day 1 is always a very long day full of amazing talks and posters, and so it's amazing that everyone was able to get back up and come this morning. Hopefully they're all full on that Tribe coffee, which I'm hearing the cold brew is something to be reckoned with. But before we begin, can we please give a wonderful round of applause to Rachel and Kristen, because yesterday was amazing. Like, that is definitely a feat to be had. So thank you, ladies. So today we are going to focus on a little bit more of communication and collaboration. Not that we didn't do that yesterday, but yesterday was more for our technical audience. And so over the last, maybe few years or few months, or I don't know, the days really kind of meshed together at this point. There's been a lot of conversation in smaller groups and even assemblies about how we need to talk to one another a little bit more. And somehow, some way, we're missing each other, or some groups are missing one another, whether or not this group is in your backyard or a few counties over. And so, even in this world of fast-paced TikToks or Snapchats or whatever the kids are doing, we are not fully engaging with one another. And maybe it's because we're focused in just our bubble, or, our deliverables and our action items don't overlap with one another. Or if you're like me, your social media algorithm is perfectly curated to cats and raccoons. But this is why we're here. We're all in this room together. We're all from different facets of the Indian River Lagoon. And so this is our chance to hear from those people that you may not hear from every day because you don't go and engage with them in one way or another. And so we're really excited that you're all here. We hope that you use this space to communicate with one another, to collaborate, and maybe walk away with a partnership that you might not have had when you walked in the door today. And so to do this, we are going to start with the welcome. Here we are. Perfect. Our first session is environmental monitoring and citizen science. Then we're going to do a bio break and coffee in the gallery. And please, if you don't have a chance to engage through questions during the first session, please do so during that break time. Then our next session is coalitions and counties. Then we're going to do another break. Then our last session is living shorelines and youth-focused environmental groups. And so in each of these sessions, we have 5-minute talks. There's 5-minute talks, and they're going to be rapid fire, kind of like we did the 3-minute talks. But at the end of each block, there will be time for questions. So there will be 5 minutes. So if you are giving a presentation, please do not scuttle away when you're done with your talk. Stay close, because at that end, if you can all come and stand up in front so we can have questions, hopefully that get peppered at you. And then we'll have our closing remarks. And then optional FAU Harbor Branch boat tour can be booked via QR code if you didn't do that yesterday. And so for our housekeeping, please put your phone on silent if you haven't already done so, and hold any of your questions until the end of that session. So they're 30-minute blocks, 5-minute questions, and then another 30-minute block. Please connect with one another outside of the breaks. If you are giving the talk and you're up here, there will be the stoplight timer for you. it will go red when you have 1 minute left. So that's your cue to bring it all together. And if not, I'm going to stick Irene on you. So she's very scary. Just kidding. I think those were the main housekeeping things I needed to say. But other than that, I hope we have a wonderful day. Come up here. Let's have fun with these presentations. There's some great ones. There's some really pretty videos and pictures. And so please enjoy the day. Thank you. And let's start off this morning with Derek Tremaine talking about monitoring Necton communities associated with the IRL restoration projects.
All right, thank you. Good morning. Lorraine said, my name is Derek Tremaine. I'm the research administrator at the FWC Indian River Field Lab up in Melbourne. I work in the Fisheries Independent Monitoring Program, FIM program, which is known otherwise. And many of you heard about that in talks yesterday. You may not be familiar with what it is. But today I'm going to speak about how our program can align with restoration monitoring needs in the lagoon and outside the lagoon in some places. So many of you are familiar with the FIM program. For those who are not, I'll give you a very brief sort of overview of what we do and who we are. So the FIM program is a large statewide fisheries monitoring program. It's a fisheries monitoring effort with the objective to detect changes in the relative abundances and of Florida's fish populations over time. We've got long-term monitoring programs established in 6 estuaries throughout the state with additional sort of one-off programs in many other areas that are sampling for shorter time periods. We've been operational here in the Indian River since 1990. So we've got a long time series developed here. The FIM program uses a multi-gear sampling approach to target the broad Necton community and a wide size range of individuals. Most importantly, we use standardized gears and methods throughout the state, which makes these data comparable between estuaries and across time frames. So some of the gears that we use are shown here. These gears, as I said, are standardized. They're primarily some of these old school methods, mostly a variety of seine or net haul gears that are hauled by hand. These methods are still more effective for what we do than some of the more advanced technologies. Although in some cases we do use acoustic telemetry to get down to, to a more granular view of habitat use by species, site fidelity, things of that nature. But within this approach, there's also the opportunity to tailor specific gears to unique habitat types. And one example of that is in the coastal ponds in Southwest Florida that are inaccessible to us by boat. We've developed a 9.1 meter seine gear that we actually float into the habitat on a boogie board. So there's a lot of opportunity for adjustments, but staying within the framework of the gears that we use. These sampling gears are effective in the open bay on shallow flats and on shorelines. They're effective in tidal creeks with deeper or steeper banks. They're also effective in some of the deeper habitat and deeper basin of the estuary. And together they collect a wide size range of species and individuals that you can see here on the right. That said, they can also be effective gears to monitor Necton communities associated with restoration habitats. I'm going to go through some of these that we're involved with. We're involved with sampling and restoration projects throughout the state. Many of these are on the Gulf Coast. I'll touch on a few of those. One of the areas that we're working in is called Robinson Preserve. This was created from old agricultural land at the mouth of Tampa Bay. And the specific purpose of this project was to create habitat for sport fish, for juvenile sport fish species. And you can see from the slide there, the long list of collaborators and partners on this project. So it's kind of imperative and incumbent in the process of doing these restoration projects that there's this collaboration. We're also working in Lemon Creek Wildflower Preserve. This was a habitat that was created from a derelict golf course. The ponds were providing suboptimal habitat for juvenile tarpon, but they were still providing habitat. So the neighborhood came in with a bunch of partners, and they enhanced these ponds to increase the habitat quality, the estuarine access, and some of the utilization by sport fish species. The neat thing about this project is that it relies heavily on citizen science participation, which is always a good way to get the community behind the projects that you're developing. A little closer to home on the Atlantic coast, we're currently working with Palm Beach County on a Lake Worth Lagoon fisheries monitoring project. Palm Beach County is restoring this mosaic of intertidal habitats in the lagoon, creating habitats for oysters, mangroves, salt marsh, seagrass, uplands. And we've been involved since 2014 in collecting data on nekton communities associated with these habitats as the sites mature. And then even closer to home, still in the Banana River, is that 5 minutes? Partner with us. There may be opportunities in the future. If you're working on a project with fisheries monitoring, call us. We may be able to work things that make your project valuable and tie it to a long-term data set. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. All right, next up, we're going to have Mara Skadden talk about mangrove restoration while battling a fungal disease.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Mara Skadden. You might remember me from yesterday. Today I have my MRC hat on. I am the Director of Science at MRC, Marine Resources Council, and today we'll be talking about a fungal disease that has been affecting mangroves in the Indian River Lagoon. So we are calling this mangrove CNP. This is a concentrated effort between the University of Central Florida and MRC at the moment. We are working with other partners moving forward. But the University of Central Florida has identified 3 fungal pathogens associated with our mangroves, and it hit Florida last year pretty hard. So this has been reported in 10 other coastal countries around the world, including Malaysia, China, Vietnam, Australia, and unfortunately Abaco and the Caribbean. So this die-off show, I know it's a blurry picture and I'm sorry. This was a significant die-off shown in Abaco in 2015, and this was shown to be associated with the CNP fungi. So we have Cuvularia, Neopestalotiopsis, and Pestalotiopsis. I don't know about you, but that is a mouthful for me, so we call that CNP. And our UCF researcher noted this disease in Miami in 2019 at the Fairchild Botanical Gardens. And so this is what, if you didn't know, MRC has a 10,000 tree mangrove nursery. And in February of 2024, our young trees started to look really bad. And our first issues or our thoughts were that there was a nutrient deficiency, something was going on. And so we started using natural fertilizers to help them out. And it just got worse and worse and worse and worse until we had, in 3 weeks, 80% of our young trees die, completely dead, standing dead. So I wanted to stop on this picture. So on the left is a red mangrove leaf. This is looking at the back side of the leaf. This is one of the most characteristic symptoms of this disease. So what you're seeing is these black dots, and these black dots are the actual pores of the leaf, the stoma. And if we look at this under a scanning electron microscope, you can actually see that the fungus there's 2 different directions because they go out and in through the leaf. So if they've entered the leaf, it looks like a crater under a scanning electron microscope, and it looks like a volcano if they've emerged out of it. And it's just causing massive leaf damage. There are different species differences in symptoms, so our black mangroves don't really show symptoms until they die. Our white mangroves have the symptoms that are shown on the right. So this was our nursery right after we noticed the die-off start. So we're noticing curling, chlorosis, so yellowing of the leaves, and leaf drop. And so these 2 pictures are taken 3 weeks apart. And so we had 80% death within 3 weeks. And so before I go on to the positive stuff, we started sampling around the Indian River Lagoon because we didn't know where this came from. Our researcher at UCF has identified that it is airborne, waterborne, and insect-borne. So it spreads like wildfire. UCF has sampled across the state and has found 80% infection in wild mangroves. Now, it's important to show that the adult mangroves have a stronger immune system than our younger trees, so they can fight it off to a point. But if they experience a stressor like hurricanes or climate change, when it's getting warmer and they're experiencing more flooding, they are more susceptible to the disease and will eventually succumb to it. And we are seeing widespread die-offs in the IRL. We had a widespread die-off 2 months ago in Aquarina Beach Club in Melbourne Beach, and it is spreading. The map on the right shows where MRC has sampled, and in each of those sample sites we have found positive infections. But big thing is keep an eye out for this. Best thing we can do is communicate with each other. iCensus has created an app to kind of identify this disease so that citizen scientists can go out and identify it. UCF also has a treatment called Magson. It is nutrient-based, and it is approved for use in nurseries, which is really important because those young trees are what we transplant, and those are most susceptible to this disease. There are much higher survival rates and transplantation success with our treated mangroves. If you need treatment for your mangroves, get in contact with me or Melissa at UCF. She's not here today, so find me, and I will give you her information. Ta-da!
Thank you, Mara. All right, next up we have Sharanya, who is from Edgewood High School. This is amazing. So if I was in high school, I would not be sitting up on stage right now. So this is amazing.
Yeah, so hi everyone, good morning. My name is Sharanya Natarajan, and I'm an 11th grade student at Edgewood Junior Senior High School in Merritt Island, Florida. So I've been doing water quality related research for the last 6 years now as a part of my science research project. And I've been focusing a lot on water quality, and this year particularly on eutrophication, which is powered by nutrient enrichment, and it has caused explosive algal bloom episodes, especially in our Indian River Lagoon. So we need to have some kind of intervention to stop this crisis, and there's two ways to do that. The first way is by addressing the cause, or like trapping the nutrient food source. And the second way is by treating the symptom, where you're suppressing the algal bloom. And that's what I'm going to talk to you about today. So the goal of my research is to develop an integrated algae mitigation system by triangulating information from aerial and ground measurements to abate harmful algal blooms. And my prototype system has 3 components: regional scanning from the top, targeted measurements from the area of interest, and localized abatement on the spot. So let me unpack this for you. For regional scanning, I started off by using some satellite imagery to basically indicate areas of interest where there might be an algal bloom. Then I did supplemental visual scans with a multispectral camera, and I did this on an aerial vehicle. Then I took those images and post-processed them onto the 2 models you see on the right. So the top one is an orthomosaic, which basically corrects all the geometric distortions and color imbalances. And then the bottom one is a digital surface model, which shows like the depth. So basically both of these models are showing the degree of algal intensity in that area. So the next component is targeted measurements. And over here, I engineered a flotation device, which is what you see on the left. And this has 5 custom sensors: pH, DO2, temperature, light intensity, and TDS. So these 5 custom sensors, I hand soldered them onto a microcontroller, and then I programmed that microcontroller to transmit the real-time data of those algal parameter variations to the cloud dashboard, which you see on the top right. So it's a custom dashboard that I created, and I also did this at the field, at the Indian River Lagoon, which you see on the bottom right. And you can see that I got real-time data transmission from my device to the cloud dashboard on my phone. So the final component is localized abatement. So based on the data collected from the sensors, I designed this component to sweep clean the surface of the algae. And I did this using barley straw, which is a natural and sustainable suppression agent, and it has a slow release of hydrogen peroxide to clean up our waterways. So I took this and I put it into a 3D printed semi-hexagonal structure, which you see in the middle, And this filter I put onto this ROV over here. So I programmed this ROV to be remotely propelled from that dashboard I showed you in the previous slide. And that's what you see. I did field testing on the top right at the pond at my community pond. And I was able to remotely propel my ROV from the cloud dashboard. So based on some results from the microcosm, if you look at the top chart, I was able to see an overall decrease in the dissolved oxygen, which shows algal demise. And then I saw overall water clarification over time after I added my suppression agent. And then I also did some machine learning on the right. And this is essentially so I can predict when a future bloom might occur. And to do that, I predicted the DO2 using the TDS, and this model had a 90% accuracy. So in conclusion, in order to solve any kind of water quality crisis, we need to have a thematic approach by making meaningful connections across multiple standalone techniques, which I had, in order to have a proactive and sustainable cleanup of our waterways. And my integrated algae mitigation system uses both recyclable materials for construction of my device, as well as sustainable materials for remediation. And for my future work, I actually want to address the cause of eutrophication, which is the nutrient load in the water. And I've already created a conceptual prototype to sequester these nutrients, which basically helps to prevent an algal bloom to occur even in the first place. So thank you so much. And before I end, I would like to thank Ms. Lauren Hall and Ms. Melissa. Thank you so much for taking me on all these field visits. I've learned so much from you, and I hope that I can work under your guidance for my future research. Thank you so much.
That was absolutely wonderful. Wow, that was absolutely fantastic. And I'm so sorry, Mike, that you have to follow that up.
That sounds like stuff I was doing for work for my thesis,
Right.
like not high school. Any rate, I'm
Take it
Michael
away.
Houston. I'm working on seagrass restoration for Martin County, and I want to share with some of the results from work that we've been doing in our lagoon. And although we're taking a broad-based approach to restoration, and including restoration and research together in one project, today I'm going to be talking specifically about water quality, sediment chemistry, and how that interacts with seagrass health in our restoration areas. So the area that we're looking at is just north of the St. Lucie Inlet. We chose that area because historically it contained some of our highest quality seagrass meadows that we had. Some areas reaching 100% plant cover, really healthy, dense seagrass populations that died pretty quickly over a 5 to 10 year period. So what we wanted to do is we wanted to better understand what had happened. So why did this decline happen? What was going on in terms of our seagrass health? And we wanted to look at several indicators, including rainfall, water clarity, nutrient levels, dissolved oxygen, hydrogen sulfide, salinity, temperature, and it's actually called DAPIS, but a benthic cyanobacteria that's been really problematic within our portion of the estuary. And based on that, we wanted to try and figure out what we could do to create a better model for seagrass restoration and better understand how improvements in water clarity and quality could benefit our seagrass areas. So one of the things we looked at is this cyanobacteria, and we compared it against our seagrass health. And we certainly saw a relationship between the two. And what typically happens is our seagrass starts to grow during the spring months. But unfortunately, at the same time, the Lyngbia, the cyanobacteria, starts to spread as well. And it gets to a point where it interferes with and actually reverses seagrass gains that we see early in the growing season, such that eventually, in some instances, we would actually have almost a complete control and monoculture of this Lyngbia while the seagrass was declining. Did I do that wrong? There we go. And then we basically went out and we collected about 2 years worth of water quality data and seagrass monitoring at the same time. We also looked at pore water, and we basically tried to see what types of relationships that we could find. We looked at lake releases and how that all filtered into and was a factor within this issue. And basically one thing that we noticed, and you'll see it up at the top, is that your cyanobacteria, your seagrass concentration, and dissolved oxygen tended to be very closely related. And you'll see that a little more in this next chart that I show. So basically, once you get cyanobacteria, once you get these grasses, you tend to get these rather big spikes in terms of dissolved oxygen levels in the estuary. Another thing we found, and this is kind of not surprising, but when we had salinity drops, which you would associate with things like stormwater runoff, you then start to see increased levels of stormwater or surface water nitrogen, phosphorus, pore water sulfide levels, and all that was kind of found to be associated with one another. And finally, there was an association between our levels of pore water, phosphorus, and nitrogen within our study areas. So this chart, to me, kind of says it all. And we took this one particular time period and really zoned in on it. And it's from, in 2023, we looked at the areas between March and May of that year. And what we found is if you look at the chart, you start out, this is temperature didn't really fluctuate that much within our estuary at that point in time. But if you look at this second layer right here, that's dissolved oxygen. And what you had is you had a nice narrow range that went through that time period. And all of a sudden in April, something started to happen. And you start to see these dramatic spikes where it would go up way really high during the day and plunge down to almost zero every night. And that was actually associated with once we started to get rainfall during that spring. So we had a few big rainfall events that happened. And you also would see a decrease in light in our seagrass areas. So you can see that you're not, this is a light bar, and you can see that the light goes up pretty high during the day and comes down at night. But you're starting to see that trend where you're not getting that much light within these areas. And this was taken at the sediment surface across those three areas. So what that really shows to us is the effect that this lyngbia was having. So the lyngbia shows up, it starts to drape across and cover these areas. It starts to mess with the dissolved oxygen, such as during the day, it gets really high, it plunges to zero at night. The light decreases, and eventually these conditions become toxic for the seagrass. And this chart actually kind of tries to sum it up and put it all together. So you have this period right here, and we also wanted to look at lake releases, as I mentioned. So during 2024, actually, so this is a different year, we received lake releases. We also received them in 2025. And right after we had those lake releases, in March and April, we started to see the cyanobacteria come in. And we started to see it interacting with the seagrass and starting to suppress the seagrass growth. And we also saw, because one of the big questions is how are lake releases affecting our seagrass meadows? And what we are seeing is that, unsurprisingly, once you get lake releases, you're getting decreased light attenuation, you're getting increased nutrient levels within these areas, you're getting impacts and increases in pore water sulfide levels, which was actually surprising. And one thing you'll notice on this chart, that rainfall did not tend to be a good indicator of anything. And we think that that's because of lake releases, because you're not getting much rainfall. And during those times, you might be getting lake releases, which starts causing all these problems with the data. All right. So at any rate, that is basically where we're at with our research, and over the next months, we're going to continue to crunch this data and find more associations over time.
Thank you, Mike. Sorry, there are some technical difficulties on my side. So now we have time for questions, just a few for our speakers. We have my 4 speakers. Are there any questions out in the crowd? Yes, Ms. Holly.
Yeah, my question is for Mara. I was just curious if in the areas that have been affected worldwide by this CNP, was that right? Is there seasonality? I would expect with a fungal pathogen that there'd be a lot more coverage in the wet season, for example.
Yes. So yeah, especially during hurricane season is when we saw the massive die-offs. Also seasonality associated with those insects that carry it. So especially in Abaco, they associated that with a cricket that was spreading it around the trees. And we've recently made a connection to the little leaf notcher here in Florida. So a bunch of the nurseries that have been affected grow in fresh water because they can't use saltwater inland. And then the little leaf notcher comes in and infects them.
Thank you, Mara. Any other questions out there?
I don't know. Yeah, it's very in prototype stage right now. I will share information when it's out. We're still training it to actually ID the disease correctly. Yeah, Jim? No. So as I said earlier, it's been seen worldwide. So it's in multiple species of mangroves, not just Florida's. Hope? Yes. Well, we're working on that right now. Yeah, so we have in situ stress stuff with UCF. We're now partnering with, well, hopefully we'll move forward with UF and iCensus to go after a larger grant. But right at the moment, we don't have the money for that. Yes, absolutely.
Krista?
It was just developed, yes. Oh. Yeah. We have not developed that, but that's absolutely necessary. And so we'll move. We're so preliminary at this point. Yeah, definitely. That's what we're applying for.
So we have like 1 more minute. Do we have questions for anyone else in the group?
Else?
Mike, the seagrasses, I'm hearing that they're more prevalent up northern part of the Indian River Lagoon. Is that true? And do you see them being prevalent at all down here?
Sure, and I didn't really have a chance to go into some of our stuff that we've actually seen a lot of seagrass recovery in our portion of the Indian River Lagoon, but it tends to be periodic. So we'll get a lot of good growth during the spring months, and then it just dies off by early to midsummer. So, and there's certainly some up and down of seagrass anyway, but we don't think that early and middle growing season is when seagrass should stop expanding, I guess, is the point that I would make. And we definitely feel that, at least in our portion of the estuary, that Lyngbia is one of the main driving factors of that decline.
Great, thank you. We'll catch all the other speakers out at the break time. All right, next up we'll have Jeff Ebel talk about conservation at a crossroads.
All right, thank you so much. I'm here to introduce our organization, Hub SeaWorld Research Institute. Really appreciate the opportunity. We've been working in the area for about 20 years on marine mammal conservation. We are a long-term partner with SeaWorlds. We're actually a separate nonprofit from SeaWorlds, and we've been partnering with them for 61 years. We were actually founded by one of the original founders of SeaWorlds with the goal of using the animals initially in captivity to better understand their biology and their physiology. That work quickly expanded from working with animals in the park. You know, as of 60 years ago, we were working directly in the parks. We continue that efforts, particularly out in SeaWorld San Diego. But we've been for 60 years applying that knowledge to better protect wild populations as well. And we've been working in wild populations to conserve that wildlife also. In California, the primary base of operations for our organization, we have 2 main facilities. We have a marine mammal-centered focus at our institute headquarters, and then we also have an aquaculture facility up in Mission Bay, in Carlsbad, And that focuses on actually restoring fisheries populations that are important to sport fishermen, are important to the ecosystem, but also are prey for marine mammals that we've been working on for a long time. Here in Florida, we've been working closely with SeaWorld Orlando and then many partners, including many in this group, with our base of operations down in Melbourne Beach at the Coastal Research and Rescue Center. And so out of that center, we have partnerships that focus on stranding response and research for marine mammals. So our team is, we have a 3-person team that leads stranding response for whales and dolphins across 70% of Florida's East Coast. From Sebastian Inlet all the way through to Daytona, our team are first responders when there's a call for an injured or entangled whale or dolphin. And so we average about 70 strandings a year, and that's in part because the Indian River Lagoon is vast, but also is very challenged. And so we've had an uptick in strandings with dolphins in particular since the start of the algal blooms and the changes to the system. And so one thing that we're also noticing there is increasing rates of entanglement in fishing line. It's causing a significant problem for our team and for the wildlife population as well. We're also our team is regularly working to just understand the status of these populations beyond responding to strandings, including using UAVs to better assess individuals, either injured or just the populations themselves. And then we have ongoing work exploring emerging threats like microplastics in partnership with some folks here from Harbor Branch, and then also zoonotic diseases like avian influenza, which we have 5 confirmed cases of avian influenza from dolphins that were stranded and unfortunately passed away last year. And we have a number of cases that are being tested this year for avian influenza. So a lot of our work has over 20 years has focused on understanding these populations and tracking impacts and using that data to inform managers. Well, now what we're doing is we're also leveraging some of our resources to help support the restoration of the ecosystem on which these animals depend. And so we have property down in Melbourne Beach that we're making available for partners to establish seagrass nurseries that are under construction right now. 2 have been constructed and are operational, and we have 2 more under construction, with a goal of being able to plant 240 acres of seagrass a year from that facility alone. We have a partnership established to allow construction of a shellfish nursery on site too, and that's in order to grow capacity for shellfish restoration in the lagoon and elsewhere. And then we're working with FWC to develop a fish nursery at that site that will support fisheries replenishment efforts in the state that are expanding as the fish hatchery that the FWC is constructing over in Tampa, as that comes online and fisheries replenishment programs expand to meet the needs to recover these populations that have been impacted by water quality changes throughout the states. And so with that, I want to thank everybody in the audience for just the time to introduce our group. We are looking for partnerships both on the aquaculture side and also on the marine mammal stranding and research side. We're happy to discuss those opportunities. And we're a small nonprofit, and we are supported by donations and also by our Discovery Florida Oceans license plates. And I have no idea how I'm doing on time, but hopefully that's pretty good.
Thank you, Jeff. Okay, next up we will have Missy from Orca talking about the citizen science projects.
Okay. Do a little dance. Okay. You know it's a good day when I've switched out my flip-flops for fancy adult shoes. So I'm happy to be here to talk about Orca's citizen science projects and program. Orca is the Ocean Research and Conservation Association. We're a local nonprofit that focuses on applied science research. Our mission is to protect and restore aquatic waterways and the species those waterways sustain. And we do this in 4 major ways. We do this through our innovative technology, or our real-time water monitoring devices known as Kilroys. We actually have the largest real-time water monitoring network in the Indian River Lagoon, if not in the state of Florida right now. We also do this through our applied science research, where we focus on ecotoxicity and One Health projects. We do it through our citizen science, which we'll talk about today,
as well as our education, where we work with students preschool and up to inform them the importance of the Indian River Lagoon, but also make data-driven decisions in order to help better the health of the Indian River Lagoon. So at Orca, citizen science started in 2019. And for us, it's about educating and engaging community members, people of all ages, backgrounds, ethnicities, religions, science backgrounds, in solving the problems that are leading to the degradation of the Indian River Lagoon through applied science research. Because citizen science is a science for everyone, everywhere. And so since 2019, our numbers have grown within community involvement. In 2024, we had over 2,000 active community volunteers or citizen scientists who donated over 8,500 hours of their time participating in our work. And I think one of the reasons why our citizen science program is successful is we provide lots of different opportunities for people to get involved. So whether they're out in the field collecting water quality, water or sediment samples, or they're back in the lab analyzing those samples for nutrients, preparing for particle analysis, or anything else, or even working on our native plant nursery where those plants are used for habitat restoration, they are an active part of collecting data and being part of the solution. We have 4 citizen science projects that people in the community can get involved in at this time. The first is our land sea monitoring. This is our habitat restoration work. And so we have a water-based project known as Living Shorelines, and then we have a land-based habitat restoration work called Buffered Shorelines. And the way that citizen scientists get involved is they help us scientifically monitor those sites before the installation or deployment, and then they help us post-monitor after the installation and deployment. And usually that occurs seasonally over the course of several years. We also have a pollution mapping citizen science project. This is where teams of volunteers go out to a specific sampling location. They monitor that site seasonally, so 4 times a year. They're collecting water quality, water, and sediment samples. They bring those samples back to our Center for Citizen Science, which is housed in Vero Beach, and they help us analyze those samples. What they can't do, either Orca staff or our collaborators will help us test over 25 different analytes on those samples. And then we have our One Health Fish Monitoring Project. This project investigates the transfer of toxins and toxicants from the Indian River Lagoon and freshwater canals into fish that have been identified through angler surveys as being fish that are commonly consumed by people. Then with that data, we're able to better estimate the potential human health, if any, through the consumption of those fish. And finally, we have our student-centered citizen science project, which is a day in the life of the Indian River Lagoon and a day in the life of Lake Worth Lagoon, which many of you in this room participate in. I'm very thankful for that. But this is a day where students get to enter into the world of citizen science. It's a stepping stone into science research for them, because on a single day in October, those students descend upon the Indian River Lagoon from Volusia all the way down to Palm Beach County, and they collect the same information as their partner next to them year after year after year, creating an environmental snapshot of what their specific sampling location looks like in time. And so you can imagine the tremendous amount of data and information that is generated from these 4 citizen science projects. But collecting data in a silo is really for nothing. You've got to be able to get out there in the community and share that information with those around you. So we make it an effort to make sure that we are sharing our data in scientific forums and conferences, meeting with important stakeholders and decision makers, going to outreach events and communicating, and most importantly, getting people involved in the work that we do, because together is better than individual. So lastly, I just want to thank our army of volunteers. We can't do anything that we do without you, and invite any of you to get involved in our citizen science projects as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Missy. Next up, we have Lisa, who is going to talk about Eyes on Seagrass.
Hi, everyone. I'm here to talk to you about the Eyes on Seagrass program in the Indian River Lagoon, and I want to acknowledge my colleagues and partners on this project, many of whom are actually sitting in the audience, so feel free to reach out to them if you have any questions. For those of you who were here yesterday, and anyone working on the lagoon knows that we've seen significant seagrass loss across the entirety of the Indian River Lagoon since 2009. But we've also seen, as Mike alluded to earlier, some areas of recovery, primarily in the Mosquito Lagoon and patches in the northern Indian River Lagoon, Banana, and southern Indian River Lagoon. These have been recorded through those traditional monitoring mechanisms through actual in-the-water surveys and aerial surveys, but those of us who are in the field are hearing a lot of anecdotal reports of seagrass regrowth and resurgence that aren't being captured through these more traditional monitoring methods. And so FWC actually approached Florida Sea Grant to see whether or not there was an opportunity to bring the Eyes on Seagrass program into the Indian River Lagoon. Eyes on Seagrass is a participatory science program. It's statewide that's used to detect and monitor the health of seagrass populations across various estuaries in the state. For example, in Charlotte Harbor, it's being used to assess macroalgal growth and the declines of seagrass. In the Panhandle, it's being used to monitor seagrass and restoration techniques. And in Tampa Bay, it was used as a rapid response during Piney Point. However, after reflection and the needs of the resurgence and regrowth aspects in the Indian River Lagoon, we recognize that this traditional Eyes on Seagrass program really wasn't a fit for what we needed here. It still relied on static monitoring techniques, and the standardized methods that we use wouldn't be valid enough for our agency's partners to reliably use for their management efforts. So we went for a different approach. We came up with this idea of an Eyes on Seagrass Blitz in the Indian River Lagoon, which basically is a crowdsourcing of all of those eyes who are passive or active activities and recreation, research, monitoring on the lagoon to be able to capture not just seagrass presence, but also absence. So no matter where you are, no matter who you are, no matter what you're doing, we want to be able to capture those data. So it's truly an engagement activity. We quickly came up with a pilot blitz in November 2024, but any of you who are out on the water in November 2024, winds, weather, and clarity really did not help. That being said, we were able to get 54 total reports, 30 of which were validated as quality data, 12 volunteers, many of which were groups, including scout groups and fishing groups. And the map on the left, as you can see, the map of those validated reports. So you can see we did have a lagoon-wide reporting. And this is an example of some of the reports. So every report has a geolocated image, which we use to QA/QC the data. And what's most exciting is that our goal of being able to identify areas of resurgence and regrowth that aren't being captured by traditional monitoring, we actually saw with just these limited number of data points. So if you can see the area between sort of north of Melbourne and Cocoa Beach area, these are areas that were picked up by our volunteers that aren't being picked up through these more traditional monitoring programs. So it's allowing our agency partners to focus more in the future and maybe of these areas that are being detected. So, coming soon. This May, we're moving forward with another Eyes on Seagrass Blitz. We have flyers out in the hallway. This QR code takes you directly to the reporting form. Super easy. Just have to take a picture, let you know sort of what the water clarity is looking like, the depth. It should take less than 2 minutes for anyone to report. And again, this time we're really focusing on not only just the presence, but absence of seagrass as well. If you don't want to take a picture, but want to participate, want to be reminded, this is our volunteer form. We also have a paid internship opportunity for any students who want to be working on this in the summer. Reach out to us. And these are colleagues, if you have any questions, want to collaborate, foster that participation and engagement across the lagoon. So thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Lisa. Next up, we have Corey Redwine, who's going to tell us about new SPO educational mangrove planter boxes. Oh, and Alex, I'm not even going to try to say your last name.
No worries. Good morning, everybody. My name is Captain Alex Kurichki. We're going to do this a little different, and I'm a partner in New Swell Restoration. We are the citizen scientists everybody's talking about. This is Corey Redwine.
Hi. I'm Corey Redwine. I'm going to read straight from this because I don't do this often. I'm Corey Redwine. For the most part, I am a wife. I'm a mom and a wife, Secondly, I'm a pink-haired 50-something-year-old whose love for the environment has taken me in some interesting directions. I've grown mangroves recreationally for 2 decades, but in the last 8, I've taken the passion and put it to good use. When I saw the decline in the lagoon, I knew I wanted to get involved. So I created New Swell Mangrove Restoration. I became a field tech for UF and Whitney Lab, and I work hand in hand with the IRL Clam Restoration Project. As well, I'm the conservation director at Starbright Solutions, which is a leader in the marine industry.
And I am, again, Captain Alex Gorichki, the mouth and muscle behind New Swell Restoration. I've been a working waterman for 2 decades, commercial and charter fishing. I was born in Merritt Island and lived on the shores of the IRL. It enveloped my entire life. It's what I lived and what I loved. I was present every day of the crash. I saw it firsthand out of my boat with my clients on it. The hurt and devastation I felt transitioned into advocacy and gave me a voice to get out there and just be a voice of what was happening then and now and in the past and what we used to have. I am a proud citizen scientist. I work as a partner in New Swell Restoration, and I also am a field tech in the Clam Project with Corey and many others and a great crew. So our mission, is everybody knows what mangroves do. I don't have to go over what a mangrove does, but what we do is a little different, and really how we engage in the public that we know and want to be involved with us makes that difference. So Corey, how do we start those mangroves on their journey to the IRL?
Well, Alex, we start them out growing mats in salt water, which makes the root system grow strong and in the end makes a healthier mangrove.
What about those New Swell planter grow boxes?
Oh, well, they're super cool. We put 1 to 3 year old mangroves in the cribs so the public can see the actual plant that will be put back into the river. As well, we have information panels which have on the front, and they have some fun basic facts on the front.
So is there something unique that New Swell does when we put those mangroves in the water?
Yeah. Yes. We created a technique called a mangrove bomb, which is a biodegradable burlap package containing organic matter that holds a mature mangrove inside of it.
So what does that do?
The mangrove bomb gives the mangrove a place to grow. It has all the nutrients and protection, which will foster root growth that will help it lock itself into place in the end.
Corey, those grow boxes sound pretty cool.
Because they are. We do a scavenger hunt with them, and we've collaborated with a handful of restaurants and bars. We use our social media to promote all of our projects. As well, we do a lot of public engagements like this. We also utilize our tech and QR codes.
Okay. Look, we work with everybody, and we believe everybody should work with everybody. Everybody together makes everybody stronger. Us, ourselves, we tend to go to organizations, clubs, groups that aren't necessarily lagoon forward and get them on board and the restoration, protection, and understanding what's going on a daily basis.
Right.
It's not a competition. We're all on the same path to an end goal, and it's a common goal, and that's a healthy, happy lagoon that we can all enjoy. Funding, resources, volunteer power all grow when everybody comes together and grows that together.
Word.
That's the way it is. We have a bunch of people we want to thank, and we don't have a whole lot of time left, but Dr. Todd Osborne, UF, Whitney, Sea Red Wine Preservation, the CCA, Lagoon Solutions, Starbright, these are companies, and Sea Safe. Also, all these restaurants are where we actually put these grow boxes so that people can enjoy it, see what's going on, and be part of the process.
Thank you, Lorraine. We love you.
Thank you, guys.
And the last talk of this session will be from Ashley Wingwood on Beyond the Lagoon, student scientists discover a game fish nursery at Jones Pier.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Ashley Lingwood. I'm the Conservation Lands Coordinator with Indian River County. I'm here today to talk about the game fish nursery habitat that we created at Jones's Pier Conservation Area. This was we build it and you hope that they come, and we are happy to report that we have seen a diverse amount of wildlife utilizing this site and documented it as a game fish nursery. So Jones's Pier is a 16.5-acre site that is along historic Jungle Trail. It's on Orchid Island, surrounded by the town of Indian River Shores. It has a lot of historical significance. The Jones family that we purchased it from were pioneer settlers and farmers of this area, and they grew citrus and vegetables and then sold those goods from the dock that's on site, and that dock is one of the oldest docks in Indian River County. So as I mentioned, it was used for agriculture for almost 100 years. When we took over the site, it had gone fallow, so it was pretty much nothing but Brazilian pepper and guinea grass. So the first thing we did was mulch all the invasives, and then Hurricane Michael hit in 2018, and the whole site flooded from anywhere from 18 to 24 inches. The original plan was to restore this back to maritime hammock, but after this extreme flooding, we thought it'd probably be better to build a more resilient ecosystem. So it was decided upon to build a 4.5-acre man-made flow-through salt marsh. So it is directly connected to the lagoon by two 48-inch culverts that go under Jungle Trail. The water comes up the influent ditch. It's tidally driven. It's on the southern portion of the property. And a really cool aspect of this project, so there's a screw pump that is on the influent ditch, and it gently lifts the water into the system. And the idea is that it's more of a natural objective. So with that water, it's so gentle that we hope that the fishes and invertebrates can be lifted in as well and put into the marsh. So once it comes into the marsh, you see depicted at the bottom, it has about a 35 to 40 day residence time to flow through the whole system. There are 3 deeper settling areas across the marsh, and then the rest is all shallow with emergent and grasses vegetation. So the marsh was designed for the purpose to create wildlife habitat, specifically herbaceous wildlife habitat, because we do have a lot of mangroves in Indian River County, and we've seen a decline in salt marshes and herbaceous vegetation over time. So this offline habitat was hoped to mitigate some of that loss. And then in addition, hopefully to filter pollutants from the lagoon through this system. We received a small grant from the IRL NEP to conduct a biodiversity study. And along with that biodiversity study, the goal was to create a student-developed field guide specific to Jones's Pier. So the students, we had a wide range of different students from the community, and whatever they captured or caught, they would hand draw the image and then write some fun facts about it. And then we put it together and published this cute little student-developed field guide that we give to the public and visitors to Jones's Pier. So we did this project in partnership with the Audubon River Kids, the Homeless Children's Foundation of Indian River County, St. Edward's Upper Middle School Marine Ecology class, and then In-Water Research helped us a lot with the project design. And then the St. Edward's students actually presented their findings from their studies at the symposium last year during the poster session. And, you know, it's always a great opportunity to work with kids in the community, but we had the opportunity to work with the homeless children, and I mean, it was incredibly rewarding. These kids, some of them had never been in the lagoon, never fished, never cast netted, and everything they caught, they were just astounded, and it was a really rewarding project all around. So our sampling techniques, the students did random stratified sampling with seine nets. You see in the map in the top right-hand corner, those shallow areas where the transects are. They seined along those 5 transects and then seined all in the interior shoreline of the marsh. And then they cast netted off the boardwalks into those deeper benthic settling areas. And they also fished off the boardwalks and piers, and then they documented all the birds and mammals that they saw. We got some cool results of the 5 sampling dates from July 2023 to November 2024. The students captured 75 juvenile snook. There were some days where they couldn't capture anything but juvenile snook, and they were getting discouraged, and I'm like, this is wonderful. So in addition to the juvenile snook, staff have seen schools of sheepshead, juvenile tarpon, spotted sea trout, and redfish, and we just hope that Jones continues to be this hub for students in the community to use for outreach and education, and I'm out of time, and we will continue to track the biodiversity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. And if you guys haven't had the chance to go and check out the Jones Pier property, it's absolutely fantastic. They did a beautiful job, so head out there. Are there any questions for any of our speakers from the last session? Casey.
Right now, I don't need it. Like I said, I'm the mouth of it. Right now, Brevard County's kind of been our base of operations, just because that's who we know. But it's honestly just going to these different restaurants and things like that, and just getting a relationship with them. Everybody wants to do something, and I didn't get to say that, but literally everybody wants to do something. Most people just have no clue how to even start. So that bridge between true scientists, all you great people, or a lot of you great people, and citizen scientists, and the people, the people that really want to be that because they just love the lagoon and are sickened by what has happened, it's you can jump that bridge real easy. It's not hard.
Great. Thank you, Alex. Any other questions? Lisa?
Merritt Island.
Hi, live stream. In the rendering, it looked like there were homes nearby. How does the local community feel about do you know?
The local community is really supportive. It is completely surrounded by homes along the northern and southern boundaries. But, all the homeowners, they're mostly retired people, and they have asked to be involved. There's actually a Friends of Jones Pier group that stays really involved, and they kind of are the eyes and ears of the site because we're not on site permanently at this time. We don't have an office there yet. So we just appreciate their help, and we try to keep a good relationship and communication with them.
Wonderful. One more question before break. I see hope.
I had a question for the seagrass reporting project. Hi. I just wanted to know if you guys were working at all with Project Seagrass, which is an international seagrass reporting site for international, like all over the world to see declines and also pop up, some hope.
Thank you for the question. For the November one, we partnered with Seagrass Spotter, which is it the same? Yeah. So yes, unfortunately we had issues and challenges with using their app-based system. So hence the pilot and learning. So we are moving to a different system this time, trying to simplify things. So it was a great idea. We loved they were super fantastic to work with, but unfortunately just being out in the field, our volunteers had challenges with the app.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Well, let's all head to break now. Next session will start at 10 a.m. and Rachel will be in charge of the next one. And please go out and chat with each other.
All right, if we could get everyone to please take your seats, it's time to start the next session. All right, so session 2 is called Coalitions in Counties, and I will be the chair of this session. My name is Rachel Bruton, and our first speaker is going to be Josh Mills from the Florida Association of Environmental Professionals, and he is going to be talking about the Space Coast Association of Environmental Professionals.
Thank you. So keep your brain going. There is absolutely no science, no graphs, no tables. So the Florida Association of Environmental Professionals is the FAEP for short. And chapters that represent the Indian River Lagoon is the Central Florida chapter and the Treasure Coast chapter. Treasure Coast chapter, which myself and some other people here are board members. We have a table out there with our email and information. So please reach out. And professional, don't harp on that word if you're a student. We love students, freshmen all the way up to postdoc. Please join our group. We are part of, the FAEP is part of the National Association of Environmental Professionals. So for our out-of-state guests, you probably have a chapter by you. I know North Carolina does, I believe Georgia and some other states. I'm not going to read the mission statement verbatim, but some of the benefits are we hold monthly events, meetings where you have guest speakers. We've had a FWC panther biologist. That was my favorite. We've had the celebrity who's not here, but Dr. Dwayne DeFries. He spoke. He was awesome. And then we hold trainings for things like UMAM, NEPA, seagrass surveys, different stuff like that. And so it's great for not only just networking and knowing what's happening in your community and who the players are in your community, but for educational purposes as well. And as you can see, you don't have to be just a ecologist, biologist. We have planners, we have surveyors, even an attorney on our board. Those are important sometimes. And so there are 8 chapters in the state of Florida that are part of the FAEP, as I stated, with the Central and Treasure Coast chapters comprising Indian River Lagoon proper. But the issue is Central chapter, most of them meet in Orlando area, and for the Treasure Coast chapter, most meet in the Palm Beach area, making it difficult for folks in the Indian River Lagoon to attend. So the directors, board members from each chapter got together, and we decided to hold a joint event. And that was last October. We had an amazing turnout of 40 people. And that was after a reschedule because of Hurricane Milton. So we're still very pleased with the amount of folks that turned out. It was a mix of current FAEP members, folks that were just curious. Some people brought friends, and then just from networking along the lagoon. So again, over 40 attendees. Afterwards, we created a Google form sent out to ask people, how would you feel if we were to create a chapter for this area? We're tentatively calling it the Space Coast Association of Environmental Professionals, but that's subject to change. And so the post survey said 100% they would love to have a chapter, and then 80% of those people said they would help create a chapter, which is important because there's a nonprofit designation that goes with it, creating a bank account, and then you have elected positions like a president, vice president, treasurer, etc. So it's fantastic to have that support, that people want to see that, and then to create their own chapter. And so I went super fast. I probably should have done 3 minutes yesterday. But like I said, FAEP, there's the website. All 3, we're on social media. And the Central chapter, there's no one here, I don't think, representing from the Central chapter. But like I said, Brevard County is mainly theirs. They also have Volusia County for Kovacs over there and other folks. But so follow on the website, social media. Cards are out there to email, or please come find me. And I guess questions later?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. So up next, we have Sue Pinella talking about preservation starts with a community, a case study in Jupiter Narrows.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sue Pinella, the co-founder and president of Jupiter Narrows Conservation Alliance. And I'm thrilled to be here to talk about how we've built our community to succeed because, frankly, as a retired business person with very little science background, but a passionate resident, we wouldn't be nearly as far along if it weren't for the wonderful community of people who are so committed to the Indian River Lagoon and the ecosystems within it. Let me just give you some context. The Jupiter Narrows is the southernmost part of the Indian River Lagoon. So we are just north of the Jupiter Inlet. We're in Palm Beach County. And on the right-hand side, you can see specifically where we're working now, which is just north of Cato's Bridge on the east side of the Indian River Lagoon. So our mission is to preserve and restore the environmental integrity of this area. And specifically, we're working to save some mangrove islands and seagrass beds that have declined terribly. So our community started with a very small community of passionate residents. We looked out the window, we saw these mangroves absolutely being decimated, and we said, if we don't do something now, they're going to be gone. And sadly, if they're gone, so is the whole ecosystem that depends on them. So people come here all the time to kayak, to fish, to see all the wildlife, and it's disappearing with the mangroves. So my first step, not knowing much about this, I picked up the phone and I called FWC. And I was very lucky to reach Erin McDevitt, who's here now, who has been an incredible advisor through this whole process. She came down with someone from Palm Beach County ERM, the Environmental Resources Management. They snorkeled around and they said, you're right, something needs to be done. And so that started a multi-year process of meeting people. They were introducing us to all kinds of people who have done work in the area so that we could learn as citizens. One of the things I learned was this is going to take a lot of help. And so my next step in expanding this community and this network, it was very fortuitous that I met J.P. Brooker, who's the director of Florida Conservation at the Ocean Conservancy. And J.P. was very interested in what we were doing because he feels that if this community-led project succeeds, there's a great opportunity to replicate it in other areas of the Indian River Lagoon and other Florida waterways. So I partnered with JP a little over a year ago to establish this organization, Jupiter Narrows Conservation Alliance. And we immediately hired Taylor Engineering, one of the preeminent engineering firms who's done a lot of work in the area, and they've done all of our scientific work. They designed potential solution, and it's in permitting right now. Specifically, we're looking at installing some limestone breakwaters between the navigational channel and the mangrove islands to help stabilize the sediment and allow those mangroves to survive and flourish, and so we can plant more mangroves, and so the seagrasses can have some an opportunity to grow and have natural recruitment. We've connected with, I'm not going to go through all of these. We've connected with a lot of experts. Mang has offered to donate the mangroves when we get to the planning stage. We've had many conversations with One Lagoon. I want to highlight two really important partnerships. One is the Village of Tequesta. We have entered into a private-public partnership with them so that they can apply for grant funding as our municipal partner. So that's been a great relationship. This is a really important area for Tequesta residents and visitors because of the pristine water, so that's a great relationship. Another partnership we've developed is with the Andrew Red Harris Foundation. That was established about 10 years ago when Andrew Harris was sadly killed by a boat when he was snorkeling, but he lived right next to these mangroves. And they do mostly offshore artificial reefs, but their donors wanted to see something inshore that they could really see. And so they've partnered with us with a big financial commitment, and we are working to name the islands the Andrew Red Harris Islands. Again, I'm not going to go through this whole thing, but it's just to show you how our community is blossoming. And right now, while we're in the permitting stage, we're focusing on fundraising and raising awareness. So we're talking to community and residential groups. We've got all kinds of letters of support from area condominiums, from residential communities. We've been talking to recreational groups, so we have a letter support from the West Palm Beach Fishing Club, from Get Up and Go Kayak, we're talking to Blue Line, which is a paddleboarding organization. We've got lots of great media coverage, both television. And so I invite all of you who might be interested in joining our collaboration and alliance to please reach out. I've got cards with me, but our feeling is the more people can join in, the more success we'll have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next we have Emily Dark from Martin County Board of County Commissioners, who'll be talking about Explore Natural Martin, Leave No Trace Coalition.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. My name is Emily Dark, and I am the Senior Environmental Resource and Ecotourism Program Manager for Martin County. I'm excited to introduce to you today Martin County's new Explore Natural Martin program that aims to engage and inspire both residents and visitors to enjoy and protect our natural areas and wildlife. Another goal of my presentation today is to share with you an idea for a collaborative regional coalition focused on outdoor recreation management and stewardship. So since May of 2023, we have conducted well over 100 programs with over 1,500 participants doing things such as guided hikes, outreach events, and youth education. And next, I would like to share with you a video that we've designed to showcase and introduce you to the Explore Natural Martin video program. And there we go.
Life and adventures await. Welcome to Martin County, Florida, a little slice of paradise where nature's wonders come to life and adventures await around every corner. Here, visitors can explore more than 22 miles of uncrowded beaches and over 100,000 acres of parks and conservation land. From lakes and rivers to sprawling campgrounds and nature preserves, there's no shortage of spectacular sights to discover. Needless to say, this is a special place that deserves to be protected for generations to come, which is why we have developed Explore Natural Martin. Our ecotourism program offers a gateway to unforgettable journeys throughout Martin County. Proudly developed in partnership with the Leave No Trace Center for Outdoor Ethics, our award-winning program was designed in a way to promote responsible recreation and foster environmental stewardship in our own backyard. Built with the 7 principles of Leave No Trace at heart, this program provides a diverse range of unique ecotours that demonstrate what makes Martin County such an ecologically distinct destination. Uncover stunning outdoor areas and lesser-known hidden gems, while also learning how we can all better protect our paradise. We believe that Mother Nature belongs to everyone. Available to visitors and residents alike. Simply register ahead of time at explorenaturalmartin.com to secure your spot. Whether you're seeking the tranquility of a guided nature walk, the thrill of a paddle excursion, or an educational birding expedition, our program offers something for outdoor enthusiasts of every age. So what are you waiting for? Join us in celebrating the beauty of our natural lands, the serenity of our waters, and the spirit of conservation that defines Martin County. You're sure to make memories that'll last far longer than tan lines. Learn more at explorenaturalmartin.com.
Okay, well, I'm glad you enjoyed that. And as the video states, we have partnered with Leave No Trace, a nonprofit that has since the 1980s pioneered collaborative research in recreation ecology and provides a consistent educational framework to help people care for the outdoors. This has earned us recognition as a Leave No Trace Gold Standard program and also earned us the 2024 Leave No Trace Tourism Partner of the Year. As part of our partnership with Leave No Trace, they also help us with things such as planning, outreach, and staff training. And as part of this partnership, they led 2 in-person stakeholder engagement listening sessions. We invited a large array of stakeholders, including small businesses, hotels, nonprofits, and resource managers. The goal was to get an understanding of stakeholder priorities surrounding stewardship and the outdoor recreation world and how tourism can support this. Leave No Trace then provided a report with the findings from these listening sessions, and the report included several recommendations, including to continue with stakeholder engagement moving forward and to possibly put together a collaboration and a coalition focused on Leave No Trace. I forgot to click things. So what is a Leave No Trace coalition? It's basically an array of stakeholders working together to address issues surrounding outdoor recreation utilizing Leave No Trace. And what might this look like here? So Explore Natural Martin would host regular meetings. Oh, man. With an array of stakeholders, we would provide resources to address recreational impacts. And yeah, that's it. So if you see an email from me or if you're interested, let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Next, we have Melissa Meisenberg from Indian River County Natural Resources Lagoon Division. And she'll be talking about Stronger Together.
Hi, good morning. So I am going to throw Lorraine under the bus because I was working on a partnership, or I am working on a partnership with St. John's, and I remember being on the call several months ago with Lorraine and Phil talking about water quality and what we could do to partner together in Indian River County when she said to me, "Do you want to give a talk at the symposium?" I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to talk about. Our department's new. Our projects are new. Everything we're doing is new. And she said to me, yeah, you should do it. Talk about partnerships. I said, okay, when do you need the abstract? She goes, today by 5. So I went, all right, I'll get it done. So luckily it was only a couple sentences and I moved on. So my name is Melissa Meisenberg. I'm the Senior Lagoon Environmental Specialist for Indian River County. And to tell you, our division is new, our department is new, everything is kind of new. I know that most people already know about the lagoon, so I'm not going to talk about that. I don't have any cool photos to show you. I don't have any graphs or any projects that we've already completed because we are kicking off most of our projects this year. But I am going to talk about why we want to be your friend, and we are hopeful you'll want to be our friend and partner together. So the Lagoon program was really created in 2019 in Indian River County, and it was part of the Public Works Department. It wasn't until 23 that we developed into a Natural Resources Department, which includes our coastal, our lagoon, our stormwater, and our environmental planning. When I came on board in 2022, I was tasked with writing a lagoon management plan. It was an interdepartmental coordinated effort with our parks, recreation, and conservation lands, which you heard from today, utilities department, stormwater division. And so we're really just into that implementation phase where we're kicking off our projects with seagrass projects, oyster restoration projects, and we're hoping people will want to partner with us. So some of the organizations we've already partnered with or we're hoping to partner with, we've worked with Randy Parkinson at FIU, Melinda Donnelly and Kelly Kibler at UCF, and we're working with Kelly Hunsucker at FIT. We're kicking off our first living dock on Monday. Our program kicked off in November, and we actually get to install our first living dock this coming Monday, so we're really excited about that. We're holding our oyster mat workshops, but we want to be able to partner with others as well in the region. And I'm hoping that my talk and the talks before me have expressed this desire that partnerships and collaborations are important throughout the Indian River Lagoon and its success. So one of those reasons, and you probably know all of these, but one of the reasons we're really looking for partnerships is we need to expand our network. Indian River County is sort of this in-between area that many is often left out. There's Brevard County has a wonderful sorrel program, and we know that St. Lucie County has and Martin counties have their seagrass sea grant agents, and Indian River County is just sort of sometimes stuck in the middle going, hey, what about us? We want to be part of it too. So it's a great opportunity for us to pool resources, to gain more knowledge, to get better expertise, particularly about programs that are taking place elsewhere, but also to improve communication, which I think is one of the big stressors of why it's important to collaborate. and we hope to have a wider impact. So while I don't have any cool drone footage to show you or videos, if you do partner with us, I can make that happen because I am a licensed drone pilot. So that's another reason why you want to partner with us. So if you're interested in partnering with Indian River County, please take a snapshot of this slide. I'm leaving you with a great little quote from a young speaker who was an inspirational speaker about why collaboration is important for us. And take a picture, take down my email or my phone, and reach out if there's any way you want to partner, or if you're doing work in the county and you just want us to help to support you. We want to be part of that, and we want to work together with you.
Thank you, Melissa. And for the last talk in this block, we have Frank Gaitis from Florida CCA. We'll be talking about statewide habitat restoration initiatives.
I'm Frank Gaitis. I'm the Director of Habitat and Environmental Restoration with CCA Florida, the Coastal Conservation Association. For those of you that don't know about our organization, we're a national organization, and we were founded in Texas in 1977 by recreational fishermen due to the decimation of sea trout and redfish in that area. And then over the years, 17 additional state chapters were added. Florida was added in 1985, so we're celebrating our 40th anniversary this year. And we are, and what I want to talk about today is we are a true grassroots organization. And I kind of want to talk about how being set up that way can really help with restoration around the state. So these are some of the projects that we've been involved in as an organization and with our partners. And I'll talk about some more of these here in a minute. But what I really want to talk about is when CCA was formed, it was, as I said, a fisheries organization all about advocacy and healthy fish stocks. And then around between 2010 and 2015, we really made a focus towards habitat restoration and water quality, obviously because of what was going on around the state. And we're able to put a lot more resources towards that. And I'm not going to talk about all these numbers. I really just want to mention the first one. The 150 projects that we've completed has been in the last 10 years. So we went from like the first 25 years of our organization maybe having done about 10 projects, and then in the last 10 or 15 years we've done 150. So, and I really want to focus on how we can all kind of collaborate and what we're doing and how it's kind of worked for us. Number one, everybody needs funding. We have some funding to talk to me. Volunteers are key. We have 40 chapters around the state of Florida, and each chapter has a committee. They have a president. And so having it set up that way, we find out pretty quickly if there's a local issue or if there's a project locally that needs funding, and then staff can kind of take over and run with it. So the volunteers are critical. And then we get involved in grants. CCA has been awarded several grants. We've partnered on grants with actually many of you in this room. Our members, fish, so they have boats, so we're able to provide boat support on a lot of projects. And I really want to focus, though, on the material donations and kind of how we're able to help you out with that and collaborate on the materials. We have an oyster recycling program. We've had it since 2018. We have over 100 tons available in Lake County right now. We have a second location we opened last year in Citrus County, and we're getting ready to open up a third one in the Panhandle and a fourth one in South Florida. Oysters are in high demand, and we have a great system where we provide it's actually a dump trailer. We can put lids on it if needed. We'll leave it at your restaurant, and then we'll pick it up. We'll take it to the site and dump it. And we do dry them out for a minimum of 6 months. We also have mangroves available. Like I said, as a grassroots organization, we can utilize our members. We have close to 20,000 members in Florida, and we can utilize them to help with the collection of propagules. We teach them how to collect them, where they can collect them from, where they can't collect them from, and then we'll take those to 1 or 2 facilities that we have to grow them out anywhere from 18 months to 2 years. And then we'll take those mangroves and donate them anywhere in the state. We'll deliver them ourselves, If you need volunteers to help plant them, we have volunteers to help plant them. So that's kind of the collaboration, kind of as a grassroots organization. We can collaborate with just about anybody. We love doing it. I'd love to talk to you more about it. And let me just leave you with partners are everything. Collaborations are everything. I mean, you're able to leverage a project from, you know, maybe something that's going to be small to much bigger by collaborations. And so we would love to do it with you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Frank. So now we have about 5 minutes for questions. If you have questions for anyone from this first block, raise your hand.
I have a question for Melissa Meisenberg. What is a living dock?
So I can't take credit for Living Docs. It's from FIT. It's part of their program in Kelly Hunsucker's lab. And while she generally deals with biofouling, this is increasing biofouling on a dock by attaching oyster mats to the dock piling itself. And it draws in oysters, tunicates, creates a community on the dock piling, and increases habitat.
Thank you. Any other questions? We want you on the mic for the live stream.
Not a question, more of a compliment for Sue. I was actually at that Easter Lighthouse meeting in Jupiter all that time ago, and I just wish to compliment you for all your dedication and hard work to what you're doing down there.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Pointed out there.
Sure. The question was to talk about our One Lagoon relationship. I mean, we've had conversations with so many organizations and have tried to tap into everybody who has some expertise. And One Lagoon has been very gracious in sharing a lot of information. And we just recently were awarded a grant through the IRL Council. So we're very excited about that. So thank you.
All right, any more questions for
Frank? I know you have done a lot of projects in the state. Can you highlight one from the IRL for everybody?
Oh, for sure, without a doubt, the clam restoration project. So let me just back up on this. This really started back in 2017 by a citizen, Captain Blair Wiggins, reached out to CCA and said, "Hey, I grew up, on the Indian River Lagoon. I used to wade across the lagoon and could feel the clams under my feet everywhere I went. They're gone." And he noticed it seemed to be the tipping point between when the water quality got really bad and the clams disappeared, severely overharvested. And so anyway, that kind of led to a partnership between CCA, Blair Wiggins, FWC, and the Whitney Lab, like all key people that everybody needed to come together in order to get this going. And so that's progressed over the years with a lot of other groups. And now it's moved towards deploying the clams through drones. So you're able to do it through being able to control the density, being able to control the exact location, and be able to do a lot more. So I think that's probably the highlight for me. And I think we're up to 48 million, is that right? Top 50 million, with the goal in phase 1 to be 1 billion clams. And that's not including the ones that spawn.
Thank you. Thank you to all the presenters in the first block of this. And now we'll move on. We'll move on to the next talk, which is Stephanie Torres, and introducing to the Treasure Coast Scenic Highway.
Hello, everyone. Thank you all for having me today. It's really an absolute pleasure to see a room full of a wonderful gathering of community leaders, partners, and enthusiasts. My name is Stephanie Torres. I am the Bicycle Pedestrian Program Manager with the St. Lucie Transportation Planning Organization. I also serve as technical and administrative support to the Treasure Coast Scenic Highway. Today, I'd like to explore with you one of Florida's gems. It's the Indian River Lagoon Treasure Coast Scenic Highway. This stretch of road is not only a route, but it's also an experience that encapsulates our area's heritage. The natural beauty, rich history, vibrant culture, and the community of our beloved Indian River and Treasure Coast Scenic Highway. As depicted on the screen, the Treasure Coast Scenic Highway spans approximately 42 miles across Indian River, St. Lucie, and Martin counties. The corridor route travels along North Hutchinson Island on A1A, throughout crossing over the Indian River to US 1 and continuing on US 1 over to South Hutchinson Island. Indian River Drive from Seaway Drive to Martin County is also part of the corridor. The part that I provide technical and administrative support to is in St. Lucie County. The Treasure Coast Scenic Highway offers breathtaking views of lush landscapes, pristine ocean fronts, and diverse wildlife habitats. As we travel along the scenic byway, we're reminded of the importance of preserving our natural treasures for future generations to enjoy. But the highway is more than just scenic vistas. It's a corridor that connects us to our past and our historical landmarks and cultural sites that tells the story of our area's heritage. It's a place to live and a destination for recreational activities where families can bike, hike, fish, and simply enjoy the great outdoors. Our vision and mission statement was adopted by the committee to further our commitment to protecting, celebrating, and enhancing the natural and cultural treasures of the Indian River Lagoon Treasure Coast Scenic Highway. We envision a future where this highway not only remains a source of pride for our community, but also inspires stewardship and sustainable growth. Our goals, objectives, and strategies are designed to guide the committee and our program in realizing our vision and fulfilling our mission. In 2024, our committee underwent a significant reorganization, removing local officials and moving more to a grassroots-based organization. As we embark on 2025, our primary goal and objective is to forge robust partnerships with local businesses, organizations, and residents. Our hope is that these collaborations will enhance our collective efforts to preserve the legacy of the Indian River Lagoon and the Treasure Coast Scenic Highway. By honoring our past while paving the way for our vibrant and resilient future, we can ensure that the Treasure Coast Scenic Highway remains a symbol of our region's beauty, heritage, and community spirit for generations to come. The Treasure Coast Scenic Highway proudly partnered with the Indian River Lagoon Science Festival in October of last year. We contributed to an engaging and successful event. Our booth featured a fun seashell painting craft that the kids really enjoyed. It brought lots of smiles. And thanks to everyone's enthusiasm and support, our presence at the festival helped foster community spirit and environmental awareness. The Treasure Coast Scenic Highway believes in partnering at community events on projects, and it helps achieve mutual goals. By collaborating, we can enhance community engagement. Working together allows us to reach more people and make a larger impact. To promote environmental stewardship, which working together allows us to reach more people and make a larger impact. Fostering stronger connections, building stronger relationships within our community and each other benefits everyone involved. And collaborating with like-minded organizations helps us create a supportive network. Thank you all so much for your time today. I hope that my presentation gave you a little bit of information on the Treasure Coast Scenic Highway. Our collaboration with partners like you is crucial to the success of our initiatives. By working together, we continue to protect our scenic landscapes, support local businesses, and create a vibrant and thriving community. We invite you to join us in our efforts and hope that you will invite us to join you in yours. And again, thank you so much for your time today. My contact information is up on the screen. Come and see me. We can exchange information, and I look forward to working with all of you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Up next, we have Nicholas Sanzone talking about the Indian River Lagoon National Scenic Byway.
All right. Hello, everybody. As Stephanie just so well put, the scenic byways have been around for a long time. I'll be talking about the Indian River Lagoon National Scenic Byway. So do I click or do they click? I click. Okay. All right, so some of you may know about the byway. We are the northern portion that extends off of what Stephanie was just talking about. The Scenic Highways program, the DOT program, has been around for quite some time, since 1996, showcasing the cultural, historical, archaeological, recreational, natural, and scenic resources. So what does that mean? As most of you know, and who have grown up and lived here and worked here, culturally, our culture extends as a part of nature. So the natural resources that we protect and preserve are part of that byway. Historically, we've changed and grown a lot and learned a lot over our history about those resources. So we promote that journey. We talk about the archaeology of the people that came before us and the lessons they learned and the examples that they made about sustainability and stewardship on levels that we today strive to attain. Recreationally, the lagoon has gone from being the color crystal of gin, as many people have told me, from times before my time, to our seagrass losses and now seagrass rebounding. Now, these scenic resources that we see as we drive by are beautiful, but not everybody gets out of their car and explores them. We would like to invite them to explore those resources. So currently there are 27 scenic highways with over 1,500 miles. We are the smaller portion down there, Brevard County South. And this grassroots program, as was mentioned, is mostly volunteer-based. I myself have been volunteering as part of this program since 7 years now, taking over from Tim Ford, who worked at Palm Bay, and working with people like Bob Day to continue the legacy of the scenic byways. We need more members. I'll be talking about that soon. Now, designated back in 2000, the byway located Volusia, Brevard, and Indian River counties, over 200, closer to 3, really. We got to measure it here soon. It changes and grows as the byway changes and grows, located in the FDOT districts of District 4 and 5, so we work across boundaries, which is very important, passing through more than 15 municipalities. So for any of you working in government and you didn't know that you were on the byway, please come to our meetings. Answer our emails. Let us know that you're interested in joining us, or you can attend online because we do broadcast our meetings. Now, our appreciation of these resources of the lagoon are personal, they are professional, and they are deeply rooted in who we are. We support a local economy because, of course, a healthy lagoon leads to that local economy being healthy. If the lagoon is not healthy, the economy is not healthy. Supporting this balance between community needs and the beauty of the region is something that we do through partnerships, as has been mentioned. Lorraine has done a good job of picking presenters with a similar message. Thank you so much, Lorraine, for providing this opportunity. Now, as we work towards partnerships, there's a few that I will mention here. We are going to be working with the ELC. We just recently worked with Barb, and we'll be putting in a kiosk at their location. We have kiosks at our welcome centers, and I'd like to welcome the ELC as a new welcome center along our byway on 510. Please go visit them. This is this image that you might recognize of the byway itself. Now, the lagoon stretches many miles and has changed a lot over history. We have visited it and made it part of our lives. You may recognize some of these welcome centers along here. There are currently 6. The Space Coast and the surfing of this area brings people to the area, but we want to connect them to nature, hopefully as well as Emily did with her video. These byways stretching, this is just south of the inlet, are easy to see these beautiful vistas, but can be improved through restoration efforts. Thank you to all of you that do that, through the mangrove plantings, through the swell program, CCA. You are all doing great work, and we thank you. The natural areas that lead to the lagoon that act as the lungs of the planet need to be protected and preserved, and that can be made better done by people visiting these areas. So we like to promote the visitation of those areas. Sometimes when you visit, like my dad did, you might find visitors on yourself as well. Nature is beautiful and should be protected and preserved, and by taking pictures and sharing them, using each other's hashtags and being a community, we can do more together, which is what I think Alex was talking about earlier. Be aware of wildlife and respect it, and then we can protect it because it is so beautiful. Our economy, fishing thrives off of it, so we want to make sure that everybody enjoys it, and they enjoy it by visiting our website. We invite you to visit our website and the lagoon itself. Take a lot of pictures, use a lot of hashtags, share each other's information. Very important to work together. That is community engagement. Working together, please attend our meetings. Again, virtually if possible, in person if possible. Project partnering, we'll attend events. We were at the 1,000 Clam release. That was a lot of fun. Great job to Todd and his team. And we were just thrilled to be there, and we will be at any event that you invite us to that is promoting the byway. We will be on March 22nd at the Florida Friendly Landscaping Seminar in Melbourne, promoting and talking about natural areas. The organizational balance between our volunteers, attending meetings, there we go, is something that you can be part of. We ensure the lagoon's health and community. Please use our QR code and visit us online. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nicholas. And up next, we have Casey, who will be talking about land conservation to benefit Indian River Lagoon water quality.
Good morning. Thank you so much. I'm Casey Darling-Niffen. I'm the Conservation Policy Director with the Florida Wildlife Federation. The Federation's mission is to safeguard Florida's water, wildlife, and wild spaces by taking action today to prevent irreversible loss tomorrow. I appreciate the opportunity to present today on how land conservation, specifically the Florida Forever program, benefits the Indian River Lagoon's water quality. So, by a show of hands, how many of you have heard of the Florida Forever program? All right, awesome. A mixed bag. Florida Forever is the state's premier conservation and recreational lands acquisition program. Together with its predecessor, Preservation 2000, the program has acquired over 2.6 million acres of conservation land, addressing critical statewide conservation goals, including water resource protection and habitat preservation. So, the Indian River Lagoon Blueway is a Florida Forever high priority project that spans roughly 150 miles along both sides of the Indian River Lagoon. It encompasses almost 28,000 acres across Martin, St. Lucie, Indian River, Brevard, and Volusia counties. And to date, around 11,000 acres have been acquired, with just over 17,000 acres remaining to be purchased in the project. By a show of hands, has anyone here ever been to an IRL Blueway project site? Right. Well, everyone in this room can raise their hand because we are on the property right now. This is a site that was purchased through the Florida Forever program as a part of the IRL Blueways. So you have all welcome to the IRL Blueway project. So how can it benefit water quality? We all know how ecologically important the lagoon is. We know that it is one of the nation's most productive and diverse estuaries, or it once was, and it's home to approximately 1/3 of the U.S. manatee population. We saw on our break, we saw some of them out there. Take a look at the next break if you're able to. It supports over 100,000 recreational anglers and registered saltwater fisher people, and it offers opportunity for paddling, bird watching, and botanizing. So how can purchasing the conservation land along the lagoon benefit water quality? We all know that tidal marshes and swamps naturally filter water, and they also store water. So they provide flood protection, they provide buffers from storm surge, and they make our lagoon cleaner by trapping sediments, preventing runoff into the lagoon. Additionally, a lot of these Florida Forever Blueway project sites were once mosquito impoundments. So by restoring the hydrology, we return the system to its natural state and improve water quality that way. So what is needed to make this project successful? Well, as we've heard before, funding, obviously. So the Florida Wildlife Federation is asking the Florida legislature for $500 million for this project, this session in the state budget. And this is really important because in 2023, the assessed value of the remaining acres in the IRL Blueway project was almost $800 million. That is just for one project in all of the in the entire state and all of the many diverse Florida Forever projects. This project, though, is a part of the partnerships and regional incentives category. So local land conservations, like many of us have along the Indian River Lagoon, can bolster that funding by matching those funds and making it go farther so that project sites like this one can be purchased for important educational opportunities and for recreational access. We all know that the more people that get out on the lagoon, that enjoy it, the more advocates we have to bolster water quality and all of the amazing benefits that the lagoon provides us. So bottom line, a substantial investment is needed for Florida Forever to purchase the remaining 17,000 acres, and protecting wild spaces in Florida, including The Indian River Lagoon, through strategic land conservation, will benefit water quality and our quality of life. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Casey. Next, we have Anthony from Brevard County Natural Resources Department, who's going to talk about the Save Our Indian River Lagoon update.
So the Save Our Lagoon project plan is a half-cent sales tax that was voted in by the public in Brevard County. We started in 2017. Just this month, we celebrated the completion of our 100th project, partnering with Todd and Clam Restoration Program. We set up a celebration event so that the community can come and release clams and watch a demonstration of the drone do the mass release of clams. So we had a lot of fun. The community was very excited. So we're happy with the progress we've made so far. This, like everyone's talking about, partnerships have been very important. So our projects have spanned the length of the Brevard County, from the northern border all the way to the southern border. We have been working with state partners, the cities, nonprofits, private property owners, aquaculturists, you name it, we are looking for the partners to help make these projects happen. We don't do it alone. So beyond the 100 projects that we've completed, we have another 27 under construction, 62 in design and permitting. 1,800 homeowner projects have been completed, and we have hundreds more. So all these projects are a mix of infrastructure projects, stormwater, retrofits, wastewater upgrades, sewer line extensions. We're doing habitat restoration with oysters, clams, mangroves, seagrass. The homeowner projects are connections to sewer, repair of leaking lateral lines in private property, and upgrades of septic systems. We also have 18 performance evaluations. So these are monitoring programs to look at the performance of projects that have happened and make sure we're on track. The plan is designed to be modified annually. So if something is turning out to not be as effective as we thought, we can change our goals, because in the end, we want a clear lagoon. We want a healthy lagoon, a vibrant lagoon. We want clams and fish and oysters. So we want to be adaptable. So being a half-cent sales tax funded, we know that 19% of taxes spent, or of the taxes collected in Brevard County, is collected through tourists. So when we have $4 of funding collected from the residents themselves and another $1 collected from just tourists. So of that $5 total, we then take that money and aggressively apply for grants, and we end up with about $8 worth of projects that we're able to tackle through these funding. So with $4 of residential funding, we're getting $8 of program effectiveness. Transparency is very important to us. So all the projects are decided through public forum with our Citizen Oversight Committee. And so this is a public, available through government TV, YouTube, and people are allowed to come, voice their opinions, help us make decisions on our projects. We have our website where we can give more information. We have a story map with all of our projects spatially shown. We have project videos so that people can see the effort the progress we're making and how that's improving the lagoon. We have social media to try and engage folks. We have our Lagoon Loyal program, and so this is a partnership with local businesses. And on this and through this avenue, we also have ways to inform homeowners and how they can help. Residents can see what they can do every day to improve the lagoon. We also have a newsletter that goes out monthly. So if you want to follow along with the projects, learn what you can do to participate with volunteer events, you can sign up for that newsletter. And if you have specific questions for us, you can go to irlproject@brevardfl.gov and send us your questions, and we can help. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. And last up in this block, we have Tiare. Tiare, wonderful. From Save the Manatee Club, talking about collaborating for conservation, partnering with local government to promote manatee-safe boating.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tiare T.J. Frederick, and I am the manatee biologist for Save the Manatee Club. Save the Manatee Club is a nonprofit established in 1981, and our mission is to protect manatees and their habitat for future generations. We do that through a variety of ways, mainly public education, outreach, supporting research, rescue, and rehabilitation of manatees, identifying gaps in manatee conservation. We don't work in a vacuum, and all of our work can only be made possible through partnerships, like the one I'm going to be talking to you about today. So the Indian River Lagoon is considered critical habitat for the federally threatened Florida manatee. Manatees are found throughout the Indian River Lagoon year-round. They depend upon this area for forage, seagrass, mangrove leaves, a lot of other aquatic vegetation, mating, reproducing, and to stay warm during the wintertime. In the northern Indian River Lagoon, one of the main locations for manatee warm water habitat is the Cape Canaveral Energy Center power plant. Historically, the Indian River Lagoon was a rich source of seagrass for manatees along Florida's east coast, but nutrient-fueled harmful algal blooms caused tragic losses in seagrass coverage over the last decade. In late 2020, these losses culminated in a mass manatee mortality event, with the primary cause of death being starvation. A lot of you are likely familiar with the unusual mortality event. In late 2020, we started seeing manatees die in large numbers, and the primary cause of death was determined to be starvation. In 2021, of the 1,100 manatees recovered from Florida, over 400 of those carcasses were recovered within Volusia and Brevard County alone. So this area really was a hotspot for manatee mortality. Over 12% of the entire Atlantic coast population was lost in just 1 year due to this event. More recently, in 2022, we've seen seagrass regrow in the Mosquito Lagoon and in the southern portions of the Indian River Lagoon. And due to this regrowth, we've seen a shift in manatee habitat distribution to favor the Mosquito Lagoon. The Kennedy Space Center flies manatee aerial surveys throughout the year, and during July of 2023, they saw over 700 manatees just feeding within the Mosquito Lagoon. So right now, we have what is left of an already decimated Atlantic coast population all gathering in one location to feed on what is the most readily available food source. Boat strikes still remain the largest cause of manatee mortality statewide, and we are especially concerned because there are a lot of manatees feeding in an area that historically would have been distributed throughout the entire lagoon. So the Volusia County and Brevard County both have manatee protection zones, but a large area of the lower Mosquito Lagoon has no manatee protection speed zones at all. And the zones that are there in the Volusia County are outdated. They were created in the 1980s, and during the daytime, the speed limit is 30 miles per hour, and at night, it's 25 miles per hour during the day. So at that speed, it is almost impossible, especially at night, to be able to stop and not hit a manatee. So while we continue to work with and engage the local agency and the state agency to try to improve these zones, we partnered with Volusia County Environmental Management to do an outreach and volunteer day where we went to multiple marinas and boat ramps throughout the Mosquito Lagoon to provide manatee education information for free to the most highly trafficked areas in the Mosquito Lagoon. So we have a lot of free materials that anyone can take. That includes our manatee sighting form information on avoiding touching or feeding manatees, information on seagrass, our boater waterway card, which explains what the different zones mean and what to look for when you're out there looking for manatees, and FWC's hotline number if you happen to see a sick or injured manatee. And the reason I wanted to tell you about all of this is we would love to partner with you, any agency, local government, city, town. We would love to partner with you and reach out to your local marinas, your boat clubs, and help you provide this information and get the word out about manatees in the Indian River Lagoon and why it's important to boat slowly. Thank you.
Thank you. So now before the break, we have a few minutes of time for questions for our presenters.
I have two questions for Anthony about the Brevard County Sorrel Program. One, how do we get other counties from the entire IRL watershed to adopt Brevard's lead? And two, how is the federal freeze on grant funding going to affect ongoing sorrel projects?
So for the funding freeze, most of our funding is from the state. And so the portion of the funding that came from the federal government to them, they already have it in hand. So there's not really much to freeze. We have one pending grant that was, I believe, going to be federally funded, so we're not quite sure yet. And then to get other counties, I don't know that answer. I think the main thing is be prepared for opportunities because you don't know when they're going to come. And Brevard County had a perfect storm with the blooms and then a massive fish kill. And so the community wanted something done when we had a fish kill that you couldn't walk away from. And so we stepped up and delivered.
Thank you. This is a question for Stephanie and Nick. And I was wondering, with some of the projects we learned about today, there's past projects that are going to come online along those scenic byways. I wonder if that's an opportunity to highlight the restoration work that's being done in the lagoon through the scenic byways.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that's one of our focuses this year is really for the Treasure Coast Scenic Highway portion in St. Lucie County is to provide basically an outreach perspective for our partners, being able to post on our social media pages, webs pages, direct our visitors to the other organizations that are doing this restoration work. So it's definitely part of our partnership plan to be able to provide that outreach as well.
Yeah, I'll echo that as well. Thank you, Stephanie. Yeah, from the Indian River Lagoon byway as well, please contact us and let us know what you're working on. We would love to house a whole database of all these things and add to our maps and our brochures, which our brochures are outside, by the way. Also, you can go visit our welcome centers along there and talk to those folks about putting information in their welcome centers, or just contact me and we can put that information in the welcome centers and design kiosks and brochures and places where you can house your information and also put it online.
Thank you. Other questions for our presenters? All right, it looks like it's time to take a break. So we'll have a 30-minute break and then come back for the third session, which is on living shorelines and youth-focused environmental groups. We'll be back here at 11:30.
Let's go ahead and get started. It's 11:30. If everyone can take their seats, we'll go ahead and get started. We're going to be starting our Living Shorelines and Youth-Focused Environmental Group session right now. Our first presenter is Vincent. He's going to be talking about moving the needle on living shorelines with Florida Sea Grant and UF-IFAS.
Cool. Can everybody hear me? Okay, great. I'm glad Irene is moderating, just to keep me honest. But yeah, I want to talk about a couple of things that we've been doing at Florida Sea Grant to kind of help educate two different audiences with regards to living shorelines. I think most people here know what living shorelines are, but if it's a fairly new concept to you, I just want to show this graphic here. These are two different kinds of living shorelines. On the left, you've got what we would call nature-based living shorelines, where you're really using just natural elements. Recycled shell for oyster reefs, for example, maybe fiber logs to help stabilize a bank or a shoreline. You can plant within those fiber logs. Some potential breakwater structures using natural rock. And then the other type would be what we might call a hybrid living shoreline, where there may be an existing seawall or other types of gray infrastructure, and living shoreline elements, natural elements, are installed around that to kind of help stabilize that shoreline. And really, the big part of living shorelines is, one, to stabilize the shoreline, but also to regain that natural connection across the intertidal zone, where a lot of the ecosystem function along our shorelines is. So maintaining or regaining that connection between land and sea. And so there's a few different examples of hybrid living shorelines there on the right, working with existing gray infrastructure. And a shameless plug, these images are from an upcoming book that we're putting out on living shorelines. And the reason for that book is really motivated by some of the barriers that we have to living shoreline practice and adoption. We recognize it as a nature-based solution for stabilizing shorelines and maintaining or regaining ecosystem functions in a green, environmentally friendly way versus seawalls and bulkheads. But a lot of the barriers are rooted in some of the things that I list here. And I'm really, the words that are highlighted in yellow: belief, lack of information, influence, belief again, something you're familiar or comfortable. Really what we're talking about is a lot of these barriers are socially based, you know? So, and that's leading to issues where we don't have enough people that either know what living shorelines are, whether that's a waterfront homeowner or a contractor. And it's challenging on its own, even when they are familiar. So it's very site specific. The permitting environment really favors those hardened structures because they are almost templated, and living shorelines are not that. So that they're variable, they can change, which is what we want. We want that resiliency that comes with the living shoreline, so that that shoreline can move back and forth and change with the conditions, and hopefully have more long-term sustainability. So one of the ways that we address that is we have two courses at Florida Sea Grant and UF-IFAS Extension. The one on the left is a living shorelines training for marine contractors. That course got started in 2019. Really multiple partners. Some of you are in this room right now that have helped with this course, either help create the course or help teach the course in our more recent iterations of it. And then the course on the right is a special topics course in coastal shoreline restoration. That's part of the UF IFAS Florida Master Naturalist Program. So just a quick show of hands. Has anybody taken any of these courses that are in the room? Yes. So you guys are the ambassadors for that experience. And what we're kind of hoping is we get to that point where the homeowner, the contractors, they're all speaking the same language when it comes to living shorelines. Those two courses are hopefully function to educate both of those audiences and generate that sort of communication, and so that we can have practice change in living shorelines and see more of those kinds of projects, especially at the single family residence level, which is where I think a lot of this needs to go. And
all right.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Next up, we have Nick from Reef Arches.
All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Nick Borden. I'm the co-founder of Reef Arches. So what is Reef Arches? What does it do? So you can see here, we actually specialize in making living shorelines. So that Reef Arch, as you can see there, is actually held at Marine Resources Council, or MRC. So if you want to know more about it, look at the program, look at Jess Klein's research for the last year that she's been working on it, and you'll see all the monitoring data we've been doing for the last year. So primarily, Reef Arches, we focus on making breakwaters, living shorelines, even artificial reefs. We've confirmed we can grow corals, we can grow oysters on this structure. Other thing here that you can see is we're able to restore the shoreline. That sand wasn't there before. We helped grow the beach 10 feet out. That's awesome. So here's a closer look of the reef arch. So there's two things here. One, on the right-hand side, is how those reef arches are connected. You could see here there's a little panel that we connect the arches together, and that was very helpful during Hurricane Milton. Went over the structure, didn't move. And by having each 1,200-pound unit get connected, we're able to make this very large assembly. And on the left-hand side, we actually created this insert. So of course, living shorelines needs to incorporate oysters. Sometimes for an artificial reef, you want to plant your corals. So we have this pointy structure, it looks like a cookie. We put it right in, and we're able to put all sorts of items. So here's some proof that we have. On the left-hand side, we got our small hockey puck section, and we have our bigger dinner plate ones. In the middle, we've confirmed that we can grow corals on our material, like reef-building corals, and we've confirmed on the far right-hand side that we can grow oysters on it. That right there is an extremely important component. So we've worked with Treasure Coast Shellfish to actually grow their oysters on our hockey pucks, meaning we can now pay aquaculture farmers saying, grow this, and we could take those inserts and put them back into our living shorelines. Option one. Option two, take those inserts, put them on a seawall. Now, every seawall could be used as a method for restoration. Now, people and citizen scientists could be able to use our technology as a method of helping our water quality. So that's fun. And by the way, this gentleman here, he's one of the world's leaders in coral fragmentation from Plant a Million Corals. So if you're coral geeks like me, cool stuff. So what are we doing? So what have been some updates for the last 2 years? So on the right-hand side, we just did some wave tank testing here at FAU over at Dania Beach. We got a national distributor, that's cool, with Ferguson Waterworks, because there's a lot of shoreline that needs help. On the bottom left-hand corner, you can see that people are still wanting to put in riprap. And we're not about that. And the reason why is because you take away a lot of the warm water coastal habitat. You're taking away access to the sediment. And we thought, I'm pretty sure you can have crabs, horseshoe crabs, stingrays, and small tooth sawfish go underneath it. So you could provide the structure, you could create the habitat, and you could easily deploy it. So what we're doing now is we're actually putting the reef arches in front of the riprap as a toe. So that way the rocks don't roll. The rocks don't just fall. The other case too that we're looking at is putting these as HEDs. So for example, if you have a seagrass mitigation, which we're doing seagrass mitigation projects now, you want a way to kind of prevent the manatees from accessing the shoreline. So these were some items we're entertaining in terms of project types. This screenshot here is actually some of the seagrass that grew at Marine Resources Council. And MRC can attest, there was no seagrass. So we were able to calm the waters, grow some seagrass, and actually grow some oysters as well. And then some new applications that we're working on now for this year. We already have projects engineered and sold to put our 1,200-pound units underneath the dock. That's a really cool way to get people involved, to say, hey, you could create habitat in front of your locations. And on the left-hand side here, you could actually see these are dock pilings. So we wanted to actually showcase from a living shoreline perspective, if you have a location, great. But if you don't, we could wrap your columns, your dock pilings, with our arches, and we take our inserts, and you could plant the oysters in it. So you can imagine all those vertical surface areas that are now available for residents to take part in and say, I did something. I was able to help with the Indian River Lagoon. I was able to restore this waterway. So we're pretty excited with what we're doing. So that's all I have for today. My name is Nick Borden. Feel free to reach out at Reef Arches.
Up next, we have Richard Mulroy providing us a brief history of Harbor Branch Seagrass Nursery.
Hi, I'm Richard Mulroy. I'm a research technician here at Harbor Branch. I've worked on our seagrass nursery for the past 10 years. My co-author, Rachel Bruton, is our principal investigator, overseeing all of our seagrass projects. The Seagrass Nursery was founded in 2015 with funding from the HBOI Foundation. It was a collaboration between Dennis Hanasak with his knowledge of seagrasses and Paul Wills with his knowledge of aquaculture design. So in phase one, we constructed our recirculating aquaculture nursery. And we went out into the lagoon in Vero Beach, and we used post hole diggers to pull out plugs of seagrass along with the sediment. And we placed that into our tanks where we already had sand and sediment. Now you can see in this picture it kind of worked. It grew for quite a while, it got longer, but it would never grow outside of those plugs. It wouldn't spread. And eventually all this grass died off due to heavy epiphyte loads, bioturbation, and most likely temperature. It got too hot. So we moved on to phase two. We decided that we needed a reboot. And so we took all the sediment out of the tanks, put new sediment into the tanks, and we went out and collected three genetically distinct populations of haliduli throughout the lagoon and just brought back the plants and planted them in our nursery. And this time it worked. We started with about 1,800 shoots and ended up with a standing crop of about 60,000 shoots. So now we were able to go out and do some experiments, test our methods, and test caging. But then in 2020, something happened, a little pandemic, and everything stopped. But then we decided we needed to collaborate and listen. So we worked with the City of Satellite Beach, Nick Sanzone, FOS, Brevard Zoo, and many others on the Sampson Island restoration project. And that was like a whole lot of fun. And we also partnered with U.S. Fish and Wildlife and the Indian River Land Trust to study natural populations of rupia in mosquito impoundments, and also to cultivate rupia and cultivate rupia in the nursery and do test plantings in mosquito impoundments. Also at this time, we had the manatee die off. So Dennis was busy with lots of proposals, bringing in lots of funds from FWC, the NEP, FPL, and again, the Harbor Branch Foundation for an expansion to our nursery. We would add 24 new tanks and a greenhouse. We've also recently been able to employ more people, so research technicians, postdocs, grad students to help us with this project. And we're also working with our outreach and education departments here at Harbor Branch to engage the public and develop programs for education. So we're in phase 4 right now. It's almost over. Next couple months, we'll be moving into phase 5, the future. So We already have 12 of the tanks down. They're ready to be plumbed and electrical wired. So I'm hoping within a month we have those up and ready for seagrass. We've also poured the slab for a greenhouse, and so that just went down this month, the greenhouse. And so in that greenhouse, we'll be performing experiments, looking at genetics, selecting strains of grass, and maybe getting these things to reproduce and produce seeds, which would be really great. So we'll continue to work with our partner nurseries along the lagoon, exchanging ideas, and as well as seagrass material. And really what we'll just be doing is producing a lot of grass. So I'd like to just now, here's Dennis working at the Sampson Island restoration site. We had some of our highest highs and lowest lows there. But I just would really like to thank Dennis, because without him, none of us would be here today. I know I wouldn't. Thank you.
Up next, we have Olivia Scandal with FWC talking about large-scale habitat restoration in Satellite Beach.
All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Olivia Escandel, and I'm a brand new biologist with FWC in the Aquatic Habitat Conservation and Restoration section. And my region is the Indian River Lagoon. So I'm really excited to be here today and talk to you about a project that Richard just touched on. So he teed me up perfectly for this, a large-scale habitat restoration project that FWC will be completing in the city of Satellite Beach. So our project area is here highlighted in yellow. It's in the Brevard County portion of the Banana River Lagoon. It's adjacent to a 52-acre nature park that's owned by the city of Satellite Beach, known as Sampson's Island. And starting in 2021, many folks in this room embarked on a pilot habitat restoration project at the site that was about 1 acre large. So they used oyster shell bags to create a breakwater that would help slow the wave energy, and then they planted seagrass behind that breakwater as well as clams. And there was some initial exciting success. So like Richard said, some really high highs. And that teed up the city to, want to pursue larger restoration at the site. So, it's a much larger area than just 1 acre. So can we do a really big project to help bring back the historic seagrass that was at that site? So following the unusual mortality event for manatees, the FWC funded a $380,000 feasibility and design study at this site that included the following analyses: so bathymetry, sediment, hydrodynamic modeling, waves, flow, and flushing. And if anybody is interested in reading it, it has lots and lots of information in it. And I had a lot of fun learning a lot in my first about month on the job. So if you're interested, I'm happy to share it with you. But from that feasibility study, about a 10-acre area was identified at the site that would be most suitable for seagrass restoration, as it's in that ideal depth zone for seagrass that's been defined by St. John's River Water Management District. It's less than about 2.5 feet deep. And breakwaters were also suggested at the site to help reduce sediment resuspension and increase light attenuation for seagrass growth. So the project design is complete as part of that feasibility and design study, and the Fish and Wildlife Foundation of Florida was actually awarded $1.7 million through the NOAA Transformational Habitat Restoration Grant through the Indian River Lagoon National Estuary Program. So we're excited to hopefully begin work on this project this year. And year one, phase one, will include the installation of 34 limestone breakwaters, about 1 acre total footprint that, again, will help to reduce resuspension of sediment and help clear the water for seagrass growth. And then after breakwater installation, we'll give some time for the site to mellow out. And then in year 2 and 3, we'll be planting 7.2 acres of seagrass at the site and 1,200 mangroves to increase the island's resiliency as well. So here you can see the final project design. The area highlighted in red is the area of the original pilot project, so about 1 acre, and you can see that this area is much larger. Highlighted in blue are the breakwaters, and they really follow that depth contour, so that perfect zone for seagrass, and then behind the yellow area is the seagrass planting zone. You can also see in the breakwaters that the design is staggered to allow wildlife passage for manatees, but help to reduce those wave energy. We did also include quite a large gap on the southern end of the project so that we can hopefully prevent lots of macroalgae and fine-grained sediments from building up behind the breakwaters, because that was an initial problem in the pilot study, or the pilot project. Did also want to mention that herbivore exclusion devices are included in the project. So those are those tiny little black dots in the seagrass planting area to help protect those plants when we put them in. So what are our next steps? Like most construction projects, it's probably going to be more expensive than we originally anticipated. So we're going to be seeking some additional funds, but we're hoping to start the contractor selection and bid process very soon to complete construction of the breakwaters this summer or fall. And we are looking for collaboration and partners to do research at the site. So if this looks like you want to get involved and it's a good opportunity to learn more about large-scale restoration projects, come see me. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have, next up we have Jonathan Linder preparing a mosquito control impoundment for a changing climate.
All right, thank you for that introduction. And we would like to thank our funding and project partners. And now we'll take a quick trip to Crystal Lake's Mosquito Control Impoundment in southeast Brevard County, specifically Hog Point. If you know anything about this area, it does stick out into the Indian River Lagoon and takes a bashing during most any high wind water event. And like every place else, we are seeing significant water level increases, especially over the last 5 years. This has led to non-storm erosion as well as enhanced storm erosion. This photo is immediately following Hurricane Ian, and then of course Hurricane Ian's sister, Hurricane Nicole, did additional damage. So at this point we're scratching our heads and thinking, you know, we really need to protect this area. At the same time, UF had their oyster prisms going, and so we said, hey, that looks like a pretty good way to protect this. So we came up with a plan to install 10 40-foot prism modules, and in 3 areas that the vegetation had been eroded out, we were going to install living shorelines. So here is a top-down view of the prism breakwater module, as well as mangroves and various Spartina grasses. A cross-section so you can see the relief of the dike, as well as the prism feature, the mangroves, and Spartina planting positions. So because this was a little deeper, we decided, hey, let's see if we can make the biggest prisms ever made, and we did. They are 24 inches across, 18 inches tall. So those of you that came out to assist can attest they became monsters. First thing we did was created our forms, followed by fabricating the prisms. Each prism actually has 2 layers of CSA-soaked jute. When completed, they weighed 160 pounds plus, nothing like those reef arches, but for a prism, very significant. We actually ended up using an excavator to deploy them and set them in the lagoon by hand. Several months later, we installed the living shorelines in the areas directly behind the prisms. So this is the site at the most southwest point of Hog Point. It has the longest fetch. This is right after hurricane repairs, but before prism deployment. We deployed the prisms, and 4 days later, we had a wonderful winter gale come through, first test for our new prisms, and they actually did a great job. We saw very little erosion on the dike and had quite a bit of sediment accretion after that event. We'll fast forward 2 months, still looking good. 4 months later, still looking good, have some new vegetation popping up. 6 months down the road, and now we've planted our living shoreline, and everything is going nicely. 10 months later, Hurricane Milton. However, they did their job. The dike had significantly less damage than during Ian or Nicole, and we actually maintained most of our dike material. You can see the prisms are buried. They captured our material, so we're able to reuse that. And as a bonus, at 2 sites, the prisms completely protected the living shorelines, so those hardy plants are continuing to grow at this time. And so far, we're calling this a success. Looking forward to giving future updates, and thank you for your time.
Do we have any questions for our presenters?
My question is for Olivia. At last year's symposium, there were a number of updates about the Sampson Island pilot project. And I was just wondering if you had any further updates about the success of the seagrass plantings from the original project as an indicator of the potential success from expanding to 1 acre to 7 acres at that site.
So I just want to remind everyone, I did just join the team.
Sorry. Sorry.
About 2 months ago almost, but I am very familiar with the site. I used to work for Brevard Zoo for many years, and I actually got to help with some of the plantings that happened at Sampson's Island, and I don't want to speak for anyone in the room that knows way more than me, so I'm just going to speak about what I've read so far and some other projects that are very close by that I actually helped to complete at the Brevard Zoo. So there was initial success and growth of the planted seagrass in both phases. There was evidence of grazing at the site, and there weren't a lot of exclusion devices like the ones that we're proposing for this project, so hopefully that will help. But of course, you can't cage the seagrass forever. So really, my hope is that we can have some sort of growth and survival of seagrass, and as conditions improve in the lagoon and the breakwaters hopefully help to clear the water, we can have more expansive growth and have some seagrass around when conditions are right, so things can explode. I completed a project at Brevard Zoo very close, like basically right across on the other side of the Banana River. At the Brevard Zoo, and we had amazing success with seagrass. So I can only hope that we'll have similar successes with Sampson's. And I hope I didn't say anything wrong.
Any other questions? Jeff.
Thank you. Just building off that question, can you tell us a little bit more about the success of the Brevard Zoo site and how you mitigated? I am assuming you mitigated or so I'm curious what technique you used.
Thank you, Jeff. So at that site, we did use exclusion devices to cover exactly 50% of the planting units. And we had, in just 3 months, over 90% cover of Haliduli underneath those exclusion devices, and probably less than 5% outside of the exclusion devices. So grazing and herbivory is a huge issue in this portion of the Indian River Lagoon with almost no seagrass around us. We're planting this seagrass, and it's basically putting out the dinner bell for lots of things, not just manatees eat seagrass. So the exclusion devices did help a lot. We did have to remove those as per permits after a year, but we do still see seagrass existing at the site in low density coverage, which gives me hope. I mean, we've seen recovery in Mosquito Lagoon and northern portions of the lagoon. So my hope is there must be some sort of tipping point that if we have some seagrass left behind, when conditions are right and we have enough coverage, we can have higher coverage. That's what I just said. But anyways.
All right. We'll take one more question if we have one more. Yes, Lisa.
Hi, my question's for Nick. I'm intrigued about the idea of using the pucks on seawalls.
Mm-hmm.
And so can you elaborate a little bit more on how that would functionally work, like the attachment of the puck.
Yeah, for sure. So our background, so Reef Arches is actually a spin out from a 250 employee general contractor. So we know a lot about how to put things on walls and just building buildings. So what we're doing, a couple of ways to attach it. I don't really want to drill things in the wall, in my opinion. Some do, I don't. We prefer to use like CSA concrete because that's what's typically used on seawall repairs anyway to fill it in. So we'll just lather the back and just kind of slap it on. That would be basically it. So it's a non-invasive way, easy to do it. And you will be able to get natural recruitment, or you could actually just have it seeded. So 2 ways we're exploring. Thank you for your question.
Thank you to all our presenters. And we'll move on to our next group.
Oh, I forgot to mention in my talk, but I have a poster out in the gallery if you have any more detailed questions about the Living Shorelines education courses.
Okay, up first we have Victoria Wilcock, Buffer Zones Engaging in Community and Native Gardening.
Are we ready? Yes. Hi, I'm Tori, and I am a Conservation Restoration Coordinator for Restore Our Shores at Brevard Zoo. And today I'm going to be here talking about buffer zones and engaging the community in native gardening to improve Indian River Lagoon conditions. So, first of all, I'm going to explain what buffer zones are and their benefits. And then I'm going to go into the grant and the goals that we're hoping to achieve this year. And then we'll finish off with what we've achieved so far and what we're hoping to achieve. So, buffer zones. According to the Environmental Protection Agency, buffer zones are considered a best management practice for slowing the stormwater runoff and increasing the infiltration on the land adjacent to the bodies of water. And this will hopefully reduce nutrient loading and pollutants flowing into the water. And so the benefits of these buffer zones are things like limiting that stormwater pollution, such as grass clippings, oil, fertilizers, and pesticides. Facilitate carbon sequestration, so we've got our plants growing there. They can help reduce erosion. And then it's habitat, food, and shelter for local wildlife. And then it's low maintenance, so less watering, fertilizers, and pesticides, because we're going to be trying to plant Florida native plants. And then it mitigates nutrient runoff and can provide privacy or shade. So here we have our 2 demo sites we've already planted. So this one was here at Sandpoint Park in Titusville, and this was planted in December 2023. And then the one at the other side, Oars and Paddles, is the Indian Harbor Beach site, which was planted in April 2023. So with the grant from One Lagoon, the Indian River Lagoon National Estuary Program, we were able to achieve some goals already and then hope to achieve more. So one of the goals was to go into 4 underserved schools and speak to at least 80 students about the Indian River Lagoon conditions and teach them about how buffer zones can benefit. They then planted a bunch of Florida native plants and seeds, and they're growing those for us in order for us to put them into our buffer zones. We've been checking them out, and there's been some great planting and growing so far. And then we're also going to leave some plants with these students so that they can continue to be stewards of the lagoon moving forwards. We're also hoping to engage and inspire 7,000 community members through events, workshops, and outreach, and also volunteering. So that's doing all our events here. And then also we're aiming to plant 4 buffer zones along the Indian River Lagoon. And that will be with the help of at least 50 volunteers and 150 hours of their time. So the 4 sites that we're aiming to plant at is Pineapple Park, Geiger Point, Fisherman's Landing, and Kelly Park. And the reason that these sites were chosen were based on their nutrient load right now. And in order to get success from the nutrient removal and also the evaluation. And we collaborated with Dr. Austin Fox, our FIT, to quantify these benefits and get this data. So when we have your epic weather conditions here and there's a mega storm, we're going to be like storm chasers heading to our sites, collecting the water, and then hopefully being able to test the nutrient concentration. And then we're also going to be doing some soil testing, so to try and test for that nutrient cycling. and hydroponics. So hopefully this will be able to allow us to understand which Florida native plants are more efficient at filtering and removing some of those nutrients. So what we've achieved so far. Our successes, well, it was supposed to be 80 students. We've actually already spoke to 163 students, and they're helping us grow those plants. We've spoke to face-to-face 4,686 members of the community and 2,413 via social media engagement. So we've done a podcast, so feel free to check that out. That was fun to do. And we've also got members of the community posting on social media about how excited they are to plant their own buffer zones. So what's next? At the moment, we're just waiting for some, basically something coming back from the schools. We put out a competition for our Brevard County students and homeschool students to either create a poster, letter to the community, poem, or short story about the Indian River Lagoon conditions and why buffer zones help. And the winner of each category will hopefully get their work put onto one of the signs at our buffer zone sites. And then we're going to hopefully plant those 4 native buffer zone sites in the next few months and report of nutrient removal study findings in September. So if you want to find out more, follow us on restoreourshores.org, and you can check out the newsletter with the QR code. Thanks.
Thank you. Up next, we have Creating a Climate-Friendly Landscape. Emily Ralston.
All right, so thank you very much, and I'm so excited that I get to follow behind because you actually said a lot of the things that I was going to say, so I don't have to introduce those anymore, which means I might actually fit all my talk in this 5-minute presentation. So this is just a small part of a Department of Energy grant we called Space Coast Rescue to help build climate-resilient communities. And so we are working with a whole lot of really great people. I do want to highlight Little Growers, Camille Hadley. She's in the audience today, so any questions about that, I will punt right to her. And then we've got several faculty members at Florida Institute of Technology that are also involved in this project, as well as partners at Argonne National Laboratories. So just a little bit of history to kind of set the stage. Little Growers was founded in 2017. They were able to put their first community garden into the neighborhood in 2018, and then Hurricane Irma came along and caused a lot of damage and flooded out not just the neighborhood, but destroyed that community garden. And so Camille and her organization realized that they needed to expand their mission and add stormwater as well as pollution mitigation to their mission of providing food, healthy food for the community. And so she started making plans on how to redevelop these historically flooded sites to put in these community food forests that would be able to help with the flood mitigation as well as providing food. And as I'm sure we all now know, native green spaces are part of that mission. You can put in the native plants and they will help with the filtration and everything else. And just a short quick note on this, all of these photos came from either my yard or Stephen Lazarus's yard. So we are living this idea of using native green spaces to improve the biodiversity and to really help out in our own yards. One of the other things that Little Growers does is they host a summer Earn and Learn camp every summer, and we were lucky enough to host them for one day last summer, and we're going to be able to expand that moving forward through this DOE grant. But last year we were able to take them down to our Florida Tech Anchorage site. We let them test water quality. They got to sample the sediment, which unfortunately at the Anchorage is mostly muck. So they got to see and smell what muck is. And then we got to come back to campus and come into the Florida Tech Botanic Gardens to see what our native planting and stormwater plan is. We are also working with Stone Magnet Middle School as part of this project. We have worked with them historically, so Dr. Ken Lindeman, a few years ago, was able to go in to the Stone campus and plant a whole bunch of native plants all over the campus and design STEM-based education around the importance of these native plantings. So why do we want to put them in? Well, because everything that happens in the neighborhood before it even gets to the buffer zones has an impact on the lagoon. And so if we can plant these native plantings, we can go ahead and reduce fertilizers, pesticides, other pollutants so that the lagoon is healthier. And so obviously we had students involved in the entire project, and they did such a great job that they actually were invited to come to the Florida Tech Northrop Grumman Student Design Showcase and present posters of the work that they did. So they were in the big room with senior level undergraduate college age students presenting this project. And so we wanted to build on that. We wanted to build on our relationship with little growers. And we have a lot of different projects that are involved in this greater DOE project. I just want to mention some of them really quickly before I get to the actual garden. So we're going to work more with the Summer Earn and Learn Camp. We've already been making some plans, and we've made some connections with some of you today that I'm really excited about. We're going to be doing a lot of work with drones, not only using a professional drone to do thermal mapping in the neighborhood to see how these enhanced green spaces are impacting things and where we have hotspots, but we're also going to have the students from the Summer Earn and Learn Camp and from Stone Middle School actually be able to build drones and launch them both in the water and in the air. We have another faculty member who's going to do some building audits at Stone Middle School, and we're going to have the students involved as well as at a residence. Oh my gosh, I'm running out of time. I'm completely out of time, and we're doing citizen science. So basically we're going to take a spot on Stone Middle School. We're going to transform it from this bright sunny sod area into a more natural prairie. Obviously the results will vary, but that is our plan.
Thank you. Up next, we have Casey again. Oh, okay, we have River Kids for the Future of the IRL.
Hi, my name is Finley. I'm 13 years old and I'm a part of River Kids.
Hi, my name is Eleanor. I'm 11 years old, and I'm also a part of River Kids. What we do. So we did a beach cleanup after Hurricane Milton tornadoes when there was all the styrofoam on the beach. We have done speeches and presentations. We went to a River Watch protest to advocate for little-known areas that might have a big impact on our river if not taken care of. We've done protests. We spoke at the Jonathan Dickinson rally to let the community know that we do not want golf courses in a state park. And we've done community activities. One of them, we went to a water fest to meet new possible River Kids and tell people about what River Kids do. And why we do it. So one of the main reasons River Kids wants to do this stuff is because most of us really enjoy fishing, paddleboarding, kayaking, and exploring. But if our water is polluted or unsafe to be around, we couldn't do any of that. We also really care about the animals in their homes. There are 4,300 plants and animals living in the Indian River Lagoon, and every time another condo gets built, the animals have to try and find a new home. We feel strongly that the animals deserve a home much more than tourists deserve condos. And we believe that kids should speak up for what they believe in. The River Kids not only teaches kids and adults about the problem the Florida ecosystems are facing and what we can do to fix them, but also shows kids that their voice matters, and despite the fact that kids can't vote, we also have a say in things.
All right, the problems we are fighting. The main problem right now that we are fighting are the Lake Okeechobee discharges. They are bad because they are pumping billions of gallons into the St. Lucy River each month. They cause salinity, oxygen, and water quality to drop drastically, causing massive die-offs in many plant and animal populations. As of mid-February 2025, the salinity level of the river dropped to 0%. This will negatively impact many fish, but we will also see a large decrease in the oyster population and seagrass population. What we can do to stop this is to send the water south through the Florida Everglades so it can go into the Florida Bay and supply the Florida Bay with much needed water. Also, another problem we are facing is the building on all of our state parks. If we protect the state parks, many animals will be saved and their homes will also be saved as well. We do not need any more gas stations or golf courses built anywhere in Florida. We have enough already. Call to action. The time to act is now. We must do something before we lose our incredibly unique and diverse ecosystem. As River Kids, we encourage you to be better caretakers of our environment and to show the same level of care for our plants and animals as we do.
Thank you.
Excellent time management and use of the microphone. We could all learn from them. Up next, we have Carla Persky, engaging youth anglers and boaters in protecting the Indian River Lagoon.
Good morning, everybody. So today I'm going to talk to you about some of the strategies that I brought from my previous life as a business owner into the nonprofit world. And these strategies have helped us implement reverse mentorship in conservation education. And so this sort of came as an idea when one of my friends asked me to babysit her kid, and she said, "It's going to be fun." And I was like, great. So this kid took me fishing. And within the first 5 minutes, I learned how to catch and release, how to tie a knot, that sometimes you shouldn't eat the fish because the waters are polluted. And I will never forget that morning. And so when I moved to Florida, I had the honor of meeting Captain Rodney Smith, who was a legendary protector of the lagoon. And I told him this crazy idea: what do you think if we let kids run the program? And so luckily he said yes. And so his mission when he started Anglers for Conservation was to create a space for people to want to protect the lagoon through fishing, habitat, restoration, and science. And so over the last few years, we've been able to engage youth into helping us put on this program, which is the Hook Kids on Fishing program. It's our flagship education initiative. And these kids have become stewards of the environment, but they've also become advocates, So I wanted to share one of these videos from I call him one of our influencers. This kid has 50,000 followers, okay? So he started sharing these videos, and it was a domino effect. I had so many people tagging us with these catch and release practices, and it just became a domino effect. I think this is going to keep playing. So the next thing that we did was hands-on learning experiences. And when I first moved here, I started volunteering at a lot of these organizations that I'm looking around the room. I was probably there. And I ended up at Dr. Linda Walters' UCF lab. And here I brought one of my volunteers, and they made this video of how to make these oyster restoration rings. And I'm now able to use these videos to show other volunteers how to make these rings, but also that helped us create, when they go to the program, Hook Kids on Fishing, they were also sharing about these habitat restoration practices to the community. So that was also really impactful. And lastly, collaborations. And it's the last thing, but it's the most important one. Like many of you have said here before, without these collaborations, we cannot put on these programs. And here we're at the Sampson's Island Preserve, looking at critters. And these kids are homeschooled, so this was an incredible opportunity for them. So I wanted to go into our impact across the Indian River Lagoon. And I want to emphasize our impact because, like I said, we cannot do this program without you. And we have been able to expand this program after COVID and sort of bring it back into within the 6 counties along the Indian River Lagoon. And I just wanted to publicly say thank you to all of you who have open your doors and your education centers to Anglers for Conservation on a Saturday morning really early to help us bring these education opportunities to the community. And so what's next? We have a lot of exciting things coming on this year, so that's why I'm here to recruit some people. The first thing is I'm really excited to announce that we are going to establish the Captain Rodney Smith Scholarship Fund. He passed away last year, but this opportunity is going to give kids the ability to go through the U.S. Coast Guard captain's license and get a six-pack license. So this is going to be really incredible. The next thing is that we're going to be expanding our program. Well, Anglers for Conservation used to have this program all across the state, but after COVID, it sort of dwindled away. But in partnership with Coastal Conservation Association, we're going to have a program in Southwest Florida, specifically in Port Charlotte. And so if you're from there, let us know, because we're going to be there in May, and we are looking for other volunteers that want to come help us put on that program. And lastly, I'm going to be starting my own seagrass research. And so I'm going to be out in the field. So this is also going to give these kids some of the sea time and hours that they need to get their captain's license. So this is going to be really exciting. So I just wanted to be here and recruit you. I want you to join us in this mission. Please tag us in your catch and release practices, or just scan this code to get some more information, to sign up to volunteer and or be a donor for our incredible initiatives that we have this year. So thank you.
Okay, our final presenter today is Elise from the Manatee Center, Understanding and Conserving Manatees in Their Habitat.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. And thank you, Laurie, for having me here, and for Holly Sweat for letting you know about me. I'm still getting my feet wet. I'm at the Manatee Center now for about 2 years. Just real quickly about the Manatee Center. Everybody knows it as the Manatee Observation and Education Center. We've recently changed our mission to be the Manatee Center fosters curiosity and discovery of our unique coastal ecology, where people can gather to learn, commune, and conserve the beauty of the wild wonder of the Indian River Lagoon. Now, giving a little history, we used to have a power plant right next to us. I'm sure you all know of it. It opened in 1912, and we had hundreds of manatees coming back there, and therefore we had hundreds and hundreds of people coming back there to see the manatees, probably pet the manatees and feed the manatees. It wasn't going well for the manatees. Well, it was going well for them, but they didn't know in the long run what would happen. So in 1996, the city of Fort Pierce, Main Street, Fort Pierce, and FPUA collaborated and actually opened up the Manatee Observation and Education Center. But sadly, in 2008, the power plant closed, which meant a lot of the manatee went away. But we kept our passion of educating about manatees. And when I moved up here 4 years ago, I drove by that Manatee Center, and I said, oh, there's got to be manatees in there. There has to be. So I drove by, I said, oh, are the manatees inside? No, we're not allowed to have manatees inside. So I learned a lot about manatees in the past 4 years, and I absolutely, absolutely adore them. And I'm probably going to run out of time quickly. But what we became, since manatees are not really back there as much, we decided to become an eco-resource hub for educating about manatees. And all of you that have presented today, I wanted to change my presentation over and over again, because what we want to do is tell everybody in the community about you and what you all do to help these gentle giant creatures. I tell the kids they are the largest marine herbivore in the world, and you have them right in your backyard. And because of them and their health, they're telling you about the Indian River Lagoon and the health of the Indian River Lagoon. So it's really, really important that they're here. It's really important to have them live and thrive. I can't tell you how many children that we teach have no idea what a manatee is. It's really sad. But by annual events and showcasing what you all do, we can actually teach all the kids and people coming into the community what we're all about. So we have our annual events every year. We have our Nature Fest in February, which is tomorrow. I oversee that, so a lot going on. But please come by the Manatee Center tomorrow. We have 26 organizations coming out. We also have a 5K in March, so that's coming up real quickly. And then we have our Manatee Fest in November, which celebrates our 29 years of operation and also Manatee Awareness Month. And visitors come out and find out many ways to help the manatees and the Indian River Lagoon. We have the 4-H that helps us. We do the Great American Cleanup. This resource hub in the center here is really, really important. All of your brochures will hopefully be up here one day, and we can tell everybody where you are, what you do. That's really what we want to do as the Manatee Center, be that resource hub for everybody. Since, again, we don't have all the manatees in the back like we used to. Oops. Oops, back one. I don't want to say thank you yet. Oh, did I just end it? Oh. Oh, okay, back up, sorry. Okay. Education in action. I'm pretending you're all my first graders because I usually teach middle school kids, so I'm a little nervous. Sorry. But education in action, what we do is we go out to a lot of schools. We have a lot of schools come to us. We have seining programs, which is amazing because, again, a lot of these kids have never been on the water or in the water. They have no idea what's in their backyard, which is a true treasure. We have creekside chats that we hold once a month, a couple times a month now. We have a watershed programs to teach all about the watershed and how dangerous it all is for the manatees in their home. We have a mangrove tank inside there talking about how the mangroves are really the true backbone of the Indian River Lagoon. We also have a manatails. We start at 6 months old. It's never too early to teach anybody about the Indian River Lagoon and the manatees. We have an oyster program. We have outreach programs. We have our Manatee 101 class. Again, you're all my first grader Manatee 101 classes today. We actually rescued a manatee behind the Manatee Center 2 weeks ago. We're hoping that she's doing well. She did start eating, so that's a good sign. So we do get involved with manatee rescues. We also get involved with manatee releases. We have ramps behind our center, so we get to do the releases there, which is really neat. But we are inspiring the next generation of lagoon advocates, and with your help, we really hope to do that. We are getting ready to upgrade our center with a new website, which you'll have better communication with us, and you'll see the lagoon from the eyes of a manatee, which we hope to inspire many, many folks to do. And I ran out of time. I should have it half an hour to go since I'm the last one. But please come out to Nature Center tomorrow and learn more about us. Thank you so much.
Okay, do we have any questions for our presenters? No questions? No questions for our river kids? All right, let's give a round of applause to our river kids. We're all going to be retiring at some point, and they're going to take the charge. All right, thank you to everybody for coming out. Rachel, are you here? Do you have any closing remarks?
Thank you, everybody. The last 2 days have been wonderful, and yeah, go forth and do good things.